Good afternoon and welcome to Sydney Parade. You've tuned in, if you have tuned in, just in time to see the start of the 5th 11 playing DLR County. Well, first of all, I can tell you that Pembroke won the toss and have decided to field, and following practically the advice of the interprovincial captains in the past 3 days. Talking of the interprovincials, we can also say that 3 days of action saw the Leinster Lightning coming out on top, and great to see Pembroke's players do so well for the Leinster Lightning in that tournament. It seems like we're going to be a few minutes till the start of this game, so just for the moment I'm going to leave you with the ground mics on and the warming up going on in the background. Today's clash between DLR 2 and Pembroke 5ths will be the 5th second outing of the year. They were victorious in their last, a video that's available on our catalogue, and you're more than welcome to dip into that one, as I'm sure a few hundred people already have. This is where I usually start off by welcoming our viewer, and on this occasion I can say yes, our viewer. One on the board. Well, there's about 10-15 minutes to go for the start of this game. You can see DLR, or Pembroke rather, warming up in front of the dressing rooms. And you can hear in the background the thuds of netting by Phil Blackley. If you are thinking of coming down to Pembroke today, once you have your chores done, young man, then can I possibly suggest you follow the Peter Prendergast example and go with the puffer jacket and perhaps even the beanie at this stage. We hope this bank of clouds will pass. Perhaps we might see some sunshine later on. But until then, extra layers. Well, good news for everybody. Andy Hill's undertaken a late fitness test on his ankle. He ran it over with the sight screen when they were moving the second sight screen back to the St John's End after the interprovincials. He spent 20 minutes with it on ice, a bit of spray, and now you see him just in the background there, quite gingerly involved in the fielding practice, but he'll keep going. Nothing wrong with his hands anyway. The two umpires take to the middle. And now we're just waiting for a game to begin. You can see the light isn't the greatest in the world there at the moment. There is our sight screen camera, umpire walking right down the line. Now they're looking over at the Pembroke players and looking down to the nets to see whether batsmen are practicing and checking out the weather. They haven't quite dug out some light meters yet, but they obviously newcomers to Sydney Parade. They're looking practically north and south, whereas we understand that the wind mainly crosses Sydney Parade east to west, or in this case, as we can see on the flag. Can I see on the flag? No. There you go, making a fool of the commentator again. But the wind very definitely going from left to right on your screen, west to east. I did attend the toss earlier on, won by Pembroke, or rather lost by DLR. And it came down tails when heads had been the call. And to nobody's great surprise, Nair decided that his side would make use of these conditions and would bowl first. DLR captain seemed happy enough. I'm sure he would have bowled first as well. But he said he was happy to bat second. I'm still checking out the cloud situation. Great discussions, no doubt. Live scoring today. Oh, I just did this for a few times first. Becca Gallagher is our scorer today, and we're extremely grateful for Becca. She's live scoring as well, which enables us to bring the scoring to you. Is that DLR's logo in the bottom left? Yeah. Isn't that brilliant? Always strange switching from the two different systems used. The one used in Leinster, which is cricket clubs, and the one which is used in the rest of the island, my island, NV Play. As I mentioned, the interprovincials were played here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 2 T20s each day was the schedule. Wednesday and Thursday got away without any distractions, but Friday, yesterday, we ended up with a 5 over a side bash. Ooh. That 5 overs aside, sat there and watched 94 runs and 10 wickets. Helter-skelter cricket. T5, it should be 5-5, shouldn't it? 5-5 is the future. And the T stands for 20. That's what the T stands for, it's 2020. What I always find funny is when they go for T2020. T5s. Well, we were also talking about that and saying that you only need 8 aside. 5 batsmen should be enough, including the wicketkeeper. And 3 bowlers. Oh look, we have players taking to the field. We're about to get underway in this Division 16 clash. 40 over a side game, and it's a cold day out there. I see one person brave enough to wear short sleeves with nothing else underneath. He trots out to the boundary. Doesn't need his cap either at the moment. Unusually for Sydney's parade, the batsman coming into the middle from the nets. The other one has come from the clubhouse. Oh, when the wind has dropped there now, it's actually quite pleasant. Oh, very much so. The people who thought that we'd burst into summer just because the sun came out a couple of days have been in for a rude awakening. I would hasten to add, I still consider May to be part of spring. Something that might be at odds with the Irish education system. Lots of greetings between fielders and batsmen. Let's go, Pembroke, let's go. Andy Hill safely ensconced at slip. I'd rather actually see him in the covers. A bit of running around might do his leg a bit of good. Get the blood flowing to that injury sustained. Moving the sight screen around the ground. Start with the dot ball. Doobie it is, opening up from the nursery end. Last time I covered the fifths, I didn't have live scoring and managed to mix up both Pembroke opening batsmen and both Pembroke opening bowlers. Let's hope for, give thanks for Becker. Just coming forward, pushing the bat well in front of the pad. Sort of shot that easily picks up an edge, and Andy Hill could have found himself in the game very quickly. Warning for everyone there. Could be a chance. Well, that's just short and wide and gets the treatment it deserves. Cracked away through the offside. Somewhere in that picture.
I don't even know who it is.
Somewhere near that picture. Well, the score's moved on for 9 without loss. Now well into the second over. Pulls out of that run up. Well, that's a good swinging ball. Probably doing too much, going down the leg side, but what a delivery that was. Right in the sort of strike zone there. Good shout, good ball. It's Guile that's going to get him wickets here. Another good end swinging, bit too full. Fielder coming in from the boundary, doesn't quite get to it before his colleague. It sounds like Banner's alarm clock is going off. Oh, he's hit snooze anyway. Goes down the leg side, the umpire, yeah, he's going to call wide on that. I suspect there's going to be a fair few extras today. He's also swinging it a huge amount, which of course is taking the ball down the leg side on occasion. He needs to be outside off. Oh, perhaps not that. Oh, the inside edge nearly bringing him success. Good bit of fielding from behind square on the leg side. Cheers. Almost going to put up the curtain just halfway as to block the wind coming in under the table. Yeah. It's a cold, cold place to commentate this corner. We were far warmer in the garage. Just making a slight change to the field. Man outside the circle. It is an exceptionally large boundary they're playing on today. Whether that will prove to the advantage of either side, I know not. Second over gone. Score's moved on to 13 without loss. Big. Well, it's my very great pleasure to welcome to the commentary box this afternoon, joining me in Cold Corner, James Cresswell. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Craig. Good afternoon, all.
Just break in here for a second.
The dulcet tones of Charlie V. Preck, California Dreaming. Just trying to get some warmth in the blood, apparently.
I think Let me know if there are any requests, because the mic moved.
I think
he's here all week, people. Don't forget the tippy waitress.
I think he's cottoned on to what we're doing.
Yeah.
It won't stop him, though.
Well,
just to bring you up to date, James, Pembroke won the toss, decided to bowl first. There was a pre-match injury scare when, unlike interprovincial players who stand on footballs and do their ankles, one of our players was moving the sight screen, stood in the middle part of the sight screen as it was moving. Oh, I see the look on your face. You know exactly what happened. One of the bars ran over his ankle, and in his own words, he went like a little girl. Stop, stop!
I understand that was Andy Hill, from what I gather, listening in. Is that correct?
It is. It was indeed Andy Hill. The batsman goes aerial, clears the ring. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. That's a great piece of fielding. Super piece of fielding out on the Cyril's Way boundary. Three players in, well, I was going to say in tandem, but it's not tandem, is it?
Well, converging.
Converging.
That was a good bit of fielding, yes. Really good intent there to support their bowler. Bit loose, bit wide and a bit too short, and punished accordingly. But they saved a run. I think this is probably, I'm not sure if this is the first bowling that Paranjo Dubé's played for this team, but he's struggling to find his line on length early in the season. He can get some good pace, but sometimes tends to be a little bit on the wayward side. But, you know, if they're prepared to go aerial, there's going to be chances for Pembroke. But fair play to the batsman, good shot. If it's there to be hit, he's not afraid to go after it.
Oh, he's going along at a runner ball at the moment. Dubé comes in, bowls, big swing, no connection.
He's been given out.
Given out, stumped. The keeper rolling the ball back has knocked the bails off, and that's enough. The umpire's finger went up, and the batsman departs. Well, somewhat fortunate, or unfortunate if you're a DLR batsman.
Absolutely. That was a great piece of work behind the stumps there by Harsh Dubé. The alertness and the awareness was really impressive. You're devastated if you're the batsman. It's just, you know, millimetres. Here we come. Watch this replay. Big swing. Thought that was it. He was out of his ground.
His foot was raised.
Foot was raised. He wasn't in. And it's been given by the square leg umpire. Wow, what a breakthrough. What a good piece of cricket all round. Unfortunately for DLR, that's not what they wanted right now, and that batsman would be absolutely devastated. But that's cricket.
Niall, could you do me a favour and just show that replay again, just while the new batsman's coming in and taking guard? My first reaction was they were looking for the catch, but then you noticed he just rolled the ball up. And the main reason I asked for that replay to be shown again is I know he's going to watch this again when he gets home tonight, and it will save him having to rewind every time.
Yes, and be screen new. Yeah, back foot was raised. Well, there you go. Cricket's a funny game. The breakthroughs happened early. My goodness.
So the new batsman, Rana Chalam. He joins Pathak. DLR find themselves 1 down, 16 on the board. And Dubé has his first wicket, although all the credit has to go to the keeper.
Who just happens to have the same last name, but it's Harsh Dubé, the wicket keeper, who did a really good job there of being aware and actually getting the ball onto the stumps. Anyway, new batsman there.
Now, the live chat is open on YouTube if you wish to give us any requests for third man to sing to you. He's doing quite well by himself at the moment. So that's the end of the over, and a successful over, and that really was quite a nice piece of work. And it was quite deliberate.
Yes, absolutely. You know, I think even if you're the opposition team, you've got to admire that that was a pretty special bit of fielding there and awareness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good cricket all round, really. So, Craig, it's impressive to have you here after your marathon effort during the week.
Game 7.
Game 7 must be like, "Ugh, here I am again, you know.
You know, I just love it.
Oh, it's good.
I get to watch cricket for 6 days in a row. And
Yeah,
my excuse is that I'm talking about it.
Well, when you put it like that, it's quite a good thing, really, isn't it?
I think it's marvellous work that Niall does, and I think it deserves support. The previous 3 days, well, they were only possible because of the work I've done here at Pembroke first. It was such a great training ground of what not to unplug.
Yes.
So
Don't touch anything.
it's been brilliant. And as I say, I get to watch top quality cricket. That's a nice shot down to square leg. He's just lifted that round the corner, really. He's gone with the swing that the bowler is getting here.
Yeah, it was a lovely, graceful shot there.
Kamanjuri's first name, are you aware?
Well, short version is Ranga.
Well, there
I
we
think.
go. That's,
Ranga.
in fact, that is what he told me at Nets on
Yes.
Wednesday.
I
say making it sound like I was attending Nets.
I haven't actually seen him place yet. He hasn't been available for various different reasons for the season so far. So this is his first game for the Pembroke Fifths. Another good addition to the club this year. He's a very handy bowler and he's a very handy batsman. So I'm Very interested to see how the game works out for him today. Anyway, that was a very, very nice shot there. Just making adjustments now. Square leg is just dropping back more onto the ring, just to give a bit more time to, I guess, to cut off those sort of shots, or maybe even make it into a catch.
Oh, that one's nearly touching something on the way through. How that got through without deviation, hesitation or repetition, quite beyond me. That's good.
Well, I don't want to have a go at the batsman, but he's gone from a very glorious shot to a very ugly shot. That's a bit better. Straight bat. Just plays it out on the offside for one.
He's getting a lot of movement back into the batsman, though, isn't he?
He does. He gets a lot of good movement there, so you've got to be on your guard.
I'd say he's the sort of bowler you just need to bowl in shorter spells, because if a batsman starts working him out, knowing how far it's going to move, if he doesn't have that straight one as well.
Yeah, he's got to have... You want to have at least one or two variations to be able to pitch in, because, yeah, you can work out that bowl in after a couple of balls. Say, okay, I'll just have to, step back, go a bit wider, open up my arms and let...
If everyone is swinging,
in.
then you're fine.
Yep.
What you need is that arm ball where you just push it through and it doesn't swing. Cross seam even.
Yes, yeah.
And see if you can't just... You've enticed the batsman to come and drive you.
Oh, it's a nicely pitched up ball. Straight to mid-on.
Oh, cold fingers. I
Yes,
felt
that felt awful from just here. It's a little bit on the brisk side out here in Pembroke today. The sun is kind of working out whether it wants to turn up or not. At this stage, there's no commitment. But we live in hope. But it's not too dark. It's just a little bit on the chilly side. There's a little bit of a breeze cutting through like a razor blade. But apart from that, it's a really nice place to be down here and have a hot chocolate.
Thanks, Noah. I appreciate the support.
And our karaoke's back.
Oh, here we go. What song's this? I'll name that song in 3 deliveries.
Don't you, boy.
I'm waiting for Walking on Sunshine.
I went for Car Wash just because of the clapping. It took me ages to work out where I'd heard that rhythm before. Charlie, do you know Car Wash?
Kill yourself for recognition. No, not the moment. Kill yourself for recognition.
Anyway, the album will be in stores by Monday. Maybe Tuesday, it's a bank holiday weekend. We'll keep you posted on that. You might even be able to buy it in the lobby. Anyway, for Anjay to continue. Oh, pitches that one up nicely. That's fields off his own bowling, or attempts to. Results in a dot ball, no run there.
Well, to bring you up to date to how the fourths are getting on today, Balbriggan Cricket Club are streaming their thirds against Pembroke fourths, and the score at the moment is 18 for 2.
Who's in batting or who's in the field? Someone in white.
Pembroke are batting,
And we're
or there's 2 G Clarks in Leinster cricket.
Pembroke are batting, and there's 2 wickets down for 18. Is that right?
For 19 now.
Well, I think Mr. G Clark might be a little bit tense.
Well, he'll go in there and do the job he needs to for his side. Gordon has been recently sort of looking forward and has made himself available for the Ireland over 50s, who will be taking on their English counterparts in a game on the 24th of May here in Sydney Parade. One I'm hoping that Niall and Pembroke will agree to cover.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game to watch.
Do you know who sponsored the Ireland shirts?
No.
Brother Bean.
Oh, really? Fantastic. Now, that's a place to go and get a great coffee and biscuit or a piece of cake or something. Brother Bean.
Sweet treat.
Yes. Either catch him on his mobile van or catch him...
He has shops in Sandyford
Blackrock
Industrial Estate and on just off Newtown Park Avenue in Blackrock. Lovely little shops. I would also, in this stage, mention our live scorer today, Becca Gallagher. She provides Becca's Bakes on a Sunday down here in Sydney Parade. Always good to bring the Sunday paper down, have a bit of a read outside in the sunshine, coffee, Danish.
Yeah, she makes incredible food. Just want to eat it all when you see it.
Oh, hit him
ooh.
straight back past the bowler. Oh, he tried to get his hands to it. He shows his skipper. I went for the backhand skip. It didn't stick on this occasion, but as one of his fielders points out, he saved a few runs there.
Yeah, good bit of work there. That's going to sting a bit. Just as one of the sidings from Cricket Leinster falls off. It's decided the sponsorship deals run out. And Paranjo to come back again. He'd be pretty heartened by this. He's not making it easy for the batsman. They're playing some good shots, but just finding the fielder, building some pressure. So, 4.4 overs. Not a bad run rate at 25, but the wicket they've lost already. So, pretty well balanced.
Top right. Or even bottom right.
Pitches that one up. Just a bit too wide. He does tend to do that, just drift it down the offside. A bit too much.
He's just trying to slow a
Yeah.
ball there, and it's come out wrong, and
Yeah.
it's gone the wrong way, and it's just wrong.
Just wrong.
Wrong.
But again, especially on the lower levels, you want to be careful about how many extras you concede. In most games, it seems to be both teams add a new batsman in, called extras. And it can make a big difference. Oh, that's better.
That's much better, isn't it?
That's a lovely ball. Tempting the batsman. Well, taken behind the stumps there. And I assume that Andy's still feeling a bit tender since he's still going from first slip to first slip.
Oh, it's an attacking move on behalf of the captain, I think.
I think very good move there. Very attacking field. Keeps them wondering, is he going to swing it out?
Yes. Well, this pitch now into its fourth day. And it's holding up really well.
that's-
You see very little. And there's the chance. It just came off the heel of the hand.
Yeah, good commitment there, but that was always going to be a tough call. But he saved runs.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
Very cold out there for fingers and hands.
As I have mine planted firmly in my jacket pockets. Put the deep heat on later. Just to
Yeah. I do have on long johns.
Yeah, we don't want to paint a picture of a place not to come down to, but if you do come down to Pembroke,
Don't sit under a gazebo and don't sit in front where the wind's
Yeah.
coming in.
bring a ski jacket and
I'd
maybe
say-
go for a walk around,
I'd say on the wall is lovely.
Yes. Bring
It's in the air.
some brother bean coffee, or a little bit of a fumble there, but
Yeah,
didn't cost anything.
they got through for a single anyway.
Koshal Safi here to bowl, I think first time in this season.
I think this is his first game of the year,
Yes.
and I think as a result, this is his first bowl of the year, and he's gone for a single off the first one. Koshal, been with the club a number of years now. We know he's well capable. His problem is a little bit of control on the leg side. When he bowls outside off,
That's
he's
better.
very
Oh,
dangerous.
What a ball. Swung across the line. It was a wrong shot. He just thought it was there to be hit, and it would have been if you had watched the ball. But the batsman obviously took his eyes off the ball, trying to see where he was going to hit it for 4 or for 6, and he's been bowled. So well done, Koshal Safi, picking up a ball on your wicket, on your second ball. Very impressive.
Welcome back to the middle at Pembroke Cricket Club. Koshal Safi, he bowls this one outside off. As I said, he has that tendency to drift it down towards leg. He needs to be pitching outside off, and that was exactly the right ball at the right time. And you'll see the second wicket has gone down with 27 on the board.
Yeah, just cramped up the batsman there. We thought he had, looking at that replay, thought he had more room to manoeuvre, and it actually came in on him, and he completely played over the top.
He wasn't happy earlier, James. He's out.
Oh, new batsman in now, Mr. R. Shah. And what DLR need is a partnership now. There's plenty of time, plenty of overs. Nice bit of bounce there.
Well, he's got his tail up now. What we don't want for him to do, I won't say he's the most excitable lad out there, but what we don't want him to do now is go chasing the second wicket.
No, just keep doing what you're doing. Good line and length. Bit of variation. Actually,
DLR 2 down now.
oh, it's better.
That's a much better delivery, right up in the block hole.
Ooh, bit of temptation there from the batters. Should we go for a run? Quite rightly that the non-striker was sent back.
Ranga just giving Kushal the encouraging pat. Field getting closer and closer. Big swing, looking for the edge. You can see how close the captain is fielding on the offside as he comes into picture. This is good stuff for Pembroke.
May have been a slight noise there, but it definitely wasn't bat on ball or ball on bat. Wood and leather. Take your pick.
This one a bit wider.
They think they've
There's
heard
a
something
field
and
to
it's
the
been
edge,
given.
And he's out. And what an over this is turning into for Pembroke and for Kushal Safi. 2 wickets after a single off the first ball. The guy at the non-striker's end must be thinking, "Whoa, did well to get the single."
Yeah. Wow, that must have been a feather of an edge going through then.
Well,
That's
Noel hasn't invested in stump Mike yet. Snicko.
Yep.
Well, here it is again. Kept its line and just the faintest of edges. Bowler and wicketkeeper were convinced. Do you notice Kushal didn't even look back at the umpire?
He was so convinced he had that man.
Don't think you're allowed to do that anymore. I think you have to appeal to the umpire.
Yeah, it's
But he
just
kept running.
etiquette.
Yep.
Well, I suppose if the rest of them are appealing.
Hmm?
Did you hear it?
No.
Oh, I heard it.
No, we didn't hear it.
Well, it shows you how good these microphones you have out there are now.
Wind today, not helping.
Here comes our jukebox. Also, a couple of people have come in on the live chat. I must just check to see what requests have been made of.
Say again?
No requests.
Apart from Big
He
Boy.
says it's okay. Oh, my life changes every day,
We all like a bit of
every
cranberries.
possible way.
Well, new batsman out there now.
Oh,
Just waiting for the name to come up.
never
There's a real pep in the step of Pembroke at the moment.
never quite as
After 6 overs, 3 wickets down for 27, or 27 for 3.
I know I felt like this thing.
Oh, attempted Yorker there. Played out nicely to the onside, no run.
A different way to be.
Yeah, it's really important now that DLR start or find someone to have a partnership. To build an innings, give them something to bowl at. Oh, good edge there. Down to third man, just the 1 run. Take him where you can.
Well, that's it exactly, isn't it? It's take what the bowling gives you. See how that goes. This is going to become viral clip. Oh,
All right, Prajo!
He's wasted in this team. He should be on tour. Branjo to continue. Tempting off outside. It's a good ball.
well, I get the feeling as well. Vera Sami and Pathak have a lot of rebuilding to do here. 40 over game. We haven't even reached 10. We haven't even reached 7. And already 3 wickets down. We were saying this at the Interprovincial T20, you know, if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, then you generally feel that you're in trouble. Or if you take 3 wickets, you generally feel you're on top. I suppose it's the same in a test match. People always like to take 3 wickets before the end of the first session. It's a measurement on top. And at the moment, Pembroke have taken those 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. And it's very positive for them here now.
Yeah, well, it puts the batsman in a potentially very conservative mindset. You know, I can't really go after anything that has any risk at the moment. I've got to build, I've got to be there, I've got to stay. And sometimes that can work, well, a lot of the times that works in the bowler's advantage because all of a sudden he's not playing his natural shots. He probably makes choices that he shouldn't be to be more conservative, and not only can he get out cheaply, but he can use up a lot of time. Conversely, there's no point being in the shed having 5 down for 30 odd. You'd be better off actually going on the side of caution, just building, try and get 2 or 3 runs and over, get to the 10, 12, 15, maybe get up to 50, and then hopefully you're seeing it a lot better, a lot bigger. You've got the conditions sorted out a lot more, and then you can start sort of swinging the bat a bit more. But here we go, look at the card. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was very quick. I didn't even get a chance to look at it myself. Here we go, the bowling card. Look at that, Kaushal Safi. 2 wickets for 1 run. He should frame that, print that up and frame it. Franja Dubre, looking good as well, 1 wicket. Aranga, only conceding 7 on average. It's not bad. It's not the greatest, but it's not worst either. But he made it difficult for the batsmen out there. They got away with a few shots, and there's the worm.
Just between your speaking and Charlie's clapping, it sounds like the worst rap record I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah, we'll have to remix that one, I think. Yeah.
Bit of discussion on the pitch at the moment. Kaushal and Ranga just having a chat, and I could tell you if I was standing next to Kaushal, I'd say, please bowl outside off stump because you're moving it so much.
Yeah, don't do anything different.
He'll try and push one through, and it'll slip down the leg side, and that's the one he really wants to avoid. You see, he's trying something different already, and that's just the first ball of the over. He's got an established batsman there in front of him.
Well, he got away with that. But, yeah, if you've got something that's working, stick with it. Have some variation, absolutely. But, wait till your first plan doesn't work before you bring up plan B.
That one just played out square on the offside. But that's exactly the shot he should be looking to get the batsman to play. It's the one that's going to encourage that edge. And he's getting the ball to move back in. As I say, this is day 4 on this pitch, and it's standing up exceptionally well. It's had 40, 120, 130 overs on it. Oh, that one just too full on the leg side. The batsman just bent his front knee, played over it, and played it away to square leg. 4 runs, and DLR, well, they hadn't scored a run for a while. It had been all Pembroke.
No, that would help their confidence, and it's nice to make some good contact, get a boundary. That really helps their position.
Pembroke captain seems to be changing the field on the basis of what was in effect a very bad ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. It's good to see Andy Hill, though, out of slip and in a more conventional fielding position.
More mobile.
More mobile.
I think it will do his foot ankle good to actually keep moving on it and stop it seizing up. Keep the blood flowing to it.
Yeah, I don't really like this change this early on. I think they should
Especially for a bad ball.
Yeah, I think still cut off the single. Okay, if he goes for it again, so be it. But, he's not going to go for that shot again if it's a good ball. So, Anyway, that's
And I think he's only run saving there. I think it's actually Prasanth is always talking about the defensiveness of captains, etc. I think that's a very defensive move. He's just put a man there to save runs. If he was up with the umpire and possibly in a catching position, that's one thing. Does he really feel that these batsmen at the moment are in the frame of mind where they're going to be hooking and pulling round to square leg and you're going to get a catch out there?
well, there's no evidence of that so far. I actually think also the two fielders on the circle should maybe leave Charlie there, but I'd bring Andy up to square leg and bring him in the circle by about 10, 20 feet. Really put some pressure on the... If the ball gets past, that's fine. There you go.
This is the one again. He just started a little bit too close to the stumps. Andy Hill skipping that one on this occasion. Yeah, it's one of the Northwest fast bowlers during the week. Stood on a football while they were playing football and went over on his ankle. And the poor lad was only just back from injury.
Oh, no.
And quite a long-term injury. And now he's gone over on his ankle and he's in a little bit of trouble again. The human jukebox has arrived, which means that there are 8 overs gone. Has to be an even number before he comes down.
So it's 33 for 3.
There we go. Our little own beatbox fielding down here at third man today.
I still think he's...
And now I'm all alone again.
apart from the fact that we love his singing, his, the dulcet tones, I wonder if we'd be better off actually having him on a single. I suppose there's no harm.
No, I think he's in the right place
Yeah,
here.
probably
Third
is in the
man.
right place, yeah. Operanjo goes wide. Oh,
Just
popped up in the air.
Lifted onto the offside.
Wasn't a very convincing shot. Sorry.
Takes the single though. Yeah, you're right. Not convincing at all. He sort of almost followed through a little. It was like he knew he hadn't hit it hard enough and went to try and hit it again.
Yeah, it was very, very awkward.
Couldn't get to it on this occasion.
Anyway, he picks up a run for it. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over.
On my own, pretending he's beside me. All alone, I walk with him.
Oh, Charlie.
Can't wait for awards night. We'll be selling that album in the lobby.
I'm waiting for the tall T-shirt.
Yep. Franjo puts it up there in the block hole. It's good bowling, no room for him to move.
About 3 fielders called for a quick throw at the stumps, and about 3 others went, no!
No! And the 3 others were right.
They were indeed.
Don't throw down the stumps unless you're confident there's someone behind it to back it up for you. Especially when you don't need to. They're not running for it. Oh, that's a good defensive shot. Kept that ball out well.
Nice straight bat, and he's trying to copy. Did you see the way the bowler went down, picked it up, and thought he could get his own sort of reverse stumping, I suppose. It would be a run out, of course.
How about... But Virasamy needs to just sort of keep his head here. Okay, he hasn't scored yet, but he's got plenty of time. Just wait for, see off the good bowlers, force a change, and if you're out there long enough, your reward will come. His job now is to just get off strike and give the other guy the strike.
I'd love to see a slow bowler come on now.
Yep, so would I. Get that grip into the...
Just get force the batsman to think again and try and take them on, because they know they're not scoring at a magnificent rate. It was over 5 at one stage.
Well, we've seen enough tactics over time which seems to work, is the fact that if you've got a bowler and he hasn't taken okay, he's been conservative and he's been economical, but he hasn't taken a wicket for 3 or 4 overs, well, just mix it up for the batsman. They're obviously seen it okay to keep it out.
Yep,
Just
and
as
he
not
can
scoring.
save his overs for later on when you might need them more.
Absolutely, get a breakthrough and bring him back on. But just mix it up. That's something I learnt from yourself, Craig. A lot of times just to sort of have 2 or 3 over spells. Just in and out. If they start to see what work you're out, then basically change the bowler. Keep the batsmen on their toes, thinking. Make sure no one's relaxed out there in the middle. I find more often than not that seems to work. Anyway, it's all going Pembroke's way at the moment.
Quite a couple of overs though.
Mm.
No real fireworks. So we had that bad ball from Kushel that got crashed away for a boundary last time we bowled. Ranjab's Jay's Dubé, his over was pretty.
Oh, there you go. And Charlie, unlucky.
Unlucky Charlie.
Awkward grip, awkward height for him. He didn't know whether to put his hands up or keep them down. And he'll be very upset with himself. He's been practicing very hard in fielding practice to take balls like that, but he just almost...
He misjudged the speed. It
Yeah.
looked like it was coming a lot quicker than it was. He got there a bit early, and as a result,
Yep.
it was a bit high up on the chest, I think.
Yeah.
But
Anyway, it's
chance is coming.
you'll get the next one, I'm sure.
And this one lifted up on the offside. This batsman doesn't want to be there anymore, I think, James.
He's trying his best to get back in the shed. He needs to... Yeah, that's a shot he should have played, but he's leaning back and popping it up in the air. Get forward and crash it into the ground first.
And what's missing today? There's my quiz question of the hour. What is missing today?
Well, that's a bit of an open-ended question. Oh, that's just a bit too short and cracked away on the onside. They'll pick up 2.
It's just 2, clipped around the corner. Again, Kushel just drifting a little bit too far onto the batsman's legs. Usually would have heard it by now.
The bells.
Niles got it. There's no darts today.
There is neither. It's a dartless day. I think Kushel here is just trying too hard. He needs to go back to what he did in the first over.
That's better. That's the line he needs.
Yeah, just that. Build pressure.
That's good.
On grass, you're going to get some, weird and wonderful things happening with the ball anyway. So just get your good line and length. And the batsman will get himself out. He's already popping it up in the air for catching opportunities. Here we go.
A half-hearted appeal.
Yeah.
I think
It's a park leagues appeal.
it's a bowler's appeal,
Bowler's
really.
appeal, yeah. Sort of, yeah. It was half-hearted, to be fair to everyone. But I suppose on the off chance that there is something that happens, it's better off to appeal than not appeal. Anyway, it's good over.
Nice bit of fielding and the offside. The offside ring holds tight. It's the end of the over. The score has moved on to 36 for 3. That is now 10 overs done. What I would call the end of a 40-over power play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, technically it should be 12 overs, but we'll go with
You
we'll go
well
with
enough
10.
to do it the first ball of the over, but
Well,
the second one wasn't close enough.
Ah, it's a bummer.
it was lifted in the air. It came out to Charlie,
Awkward height, mate.
and it just got there a little early. It didn't come to him as quickly as he thought it was going to.
My sternum doesn't catch quite as well as I thought it would.
Yeah,
he
you ran in too fast.
just got too close to it.
Maybe.
Hey, you say 4. That's how you look at it.
That's definitely way to think about it.
Well, captain's persisting with Franjay.
Well, he's bowled. Well, we're at 10. He's bowled 5. But he's not going to keep any for later on.
Well, maybe you'll sort of give him one more and then if nothing
Hold
happens
2?
here. Yeah, maybe hold 2.
I think, like you, James, I think I would have made a change now.
Yep. Kept 3 up my sleeve at least.
These two batsmen have seen a fair few balls now. Pathak, he's moved on to 19. He's been very watchful, but he's put away, well, not put away, but he's played away the bad ball and picked up his 2s and 3s. And as a result, he's moved on to 19.
No, he's batting well. I like what he's doing here. He's just Not doing anything silly. He's just taking advantage of what he can, where he can get a run, and slowly building his own innings, plus also his team's innings and score. He's very watchful, as Craig said.
We've actually had a very valid comment from one of our viewers. He was saying that DLR usually play on a mat. They're down in Shangana Park, and a lot of the away games they play would be on mats as well. And a lot of their shots are the shots that are played on a bouncy match rather than on a grass wicket where the ball won't get up quite as much. Valid point. Point well made.
Yeah, it's forced them to adjust. And it's not conditions, like you say, that they'd be very used to.
And it'll be the same for their bowlers as well, I think. They might try and bowl too short because that's where they get their bounce normally.
Yeah.
And it might not work to their advantage. Paranjay again. Batsman not moving his feet at all and just chopping at the ball, really. Getting himself into trouble. Another dot. This is a good over. Veerasamy, he's faced the equivalent of 2 overs and hasn't got off the mark yet. And that must be playing with his mind.
Yeah, it's like it's a tough period here for DLR. It's very, very important that they don't panic. He's happy to watch that through, see off this bowler. I think he realises here that Pathak, that if you can see off this bowler, especially, his reward will come. He's just happy to be there, hold down an end. Which I think is probably smart in the circumstances. Doesn't want to have another wicket down, but how long do you leave that?
Well, he played at that one, went across and played at it, and it flew through to the keeper. And that was a very silly shot. He got to the last ball of the over. He didn't need to do anything silly at all, but he decided just to get everyone a little bit excited, showing his edge of the bat to the ball that got through to the keeper.
Bit lucky there.
He was a little bit fortunate. Change of bowling now, reverting to the opener again. Back to his in-swinging right arm over. I wonder if he gets the same amount of swing now. Ball a bit older, or 11 overs down. 9 overs to drinks. And I will, for one, will be running to the clubhouse to get a hot cup of coffee.
Hot cup of something.
Okay.
I'm going to say this to the Pembroke captain when he listens back. Why don't you bowl yourself now? He's a very handy spin bowler. He's got some good variation, good speed. He's got a faster one that he can dart in. Ooh, yes, he's been given. Well,
he's out.
Take it all back, Prashant. What a genius sort of move.
Now the batsman's remonstrating with the umpire. He's claiming bat. He's been given out. He's on his way. He has to go. He's moaning to his partner. His partner's not having anything to do with it, and he's telling him, on your way. Oh, no, he's stopped at the square leg umpire now. Another chat. This will be a match report, surely. No, they part on good terms. He leaves. And the 4th wicket is down with just 36 on the board, and that was Pathak. That was the wicket that Pembroke would have been looking for. Here it is again. You make your decision.
He didn't hit it.
Well, A, he didn't hit it. B, he was hit in line.
Yep.
C, he could possibly argue it might have been going down leg.
I think that would have been umpire's call.
That's what I'd have been reviewing for anyway.
Yeah, I think it might have been umpire's call. It was moving a fair bit, but
yeah, the umpire's given it out, and it goes down in the book. LBW. Commandery.
Look, we've all been disappointed as batsmen. We've all been given out when we think we're not, but I think you just have to put your head down and walk back to the clubhouse. No point.
Look, you take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
And that's the way the game is. And it's great having neutral umpires, and many thanks to the LCU SNA. They do a great job providing umpires. This is Division 16 and we have 2 neutral umpires. I think that's magnificent from them.
It's fantastic. Yeah, big thanks for providing umpires, as Craig says.
And also to the volunteer that is Becca Gallagher, who's doing our live scoring. You see the results of her work on our screens. Many thanks to her.
Yeah, she's a star.
Well, the new batsman, Thagara Jan, he's facing bowling of Kumanduri, who's bowling from the St John's end.
Amanda Dunlop end.
And and Dunleary, Rathdown seconds, find themselves in a bit of trouble at 36 for 4.
Well, pitchers leading edge.
Oh, 2 fielders converging. It landed between them. They actually did quite well with just the fielding side of things there. Pembroke fourths, an update from that game. They've reached 54 for 4. Balbriggan will certainly be the happier of the 2 sides there.
Yeah, I thought for a minute there on the wind I could hear Gordon screaming from there, but
That's got to be quite close.
Yeah.
On this occasion, the umpire thinking it did go down the leg side. And this is another good over for Pembroke. You feel the energy in the field just lifted. There's more applause. It's not just Charlie clapping his hands now. Lots of cheering and encouragement going on. I think they have DLR in a bit of trouble. Andy Hill fires it in.
Well,
Yes. Go on.
So you just be encouraged if you're a Pembroke. It's leading edges in the air. Very lucky not to be caught. It doesn't seem to be any real anything frightening coming from the middle here as far as massive shots being played or lots of variations of shots. Got 2 fresh batsmen out there who are struggling to come to terms with this this pitch, this wicket. Watch this replay. Oh no, way down leg. Doing too much, I think, there. No.
No, I thought that was close.
Anyway,
There we go. One of them was given.
yes. So both batsmen out there on 1 each.
Louis, Louis.
You guys noticed new trousers today? Finally gave Brendan his back.
The Pembroke Exchange program. Yeah. Oh, wild swing.
Wild swing.
It's presuming with
Look at that. New trousers.
Hemmed him myself.
Hemmed himself.
not only is he a amazing singer, the man is multi-talented and multi-skilled.
Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Yeah.
Best sternum in the business. It's all the run power. Good at stopping balls.
Well, here we just have a few people who generally would know better than to walk behind a bowler's arm. Come down to have a little look at the game, no doubt.
Bowled wide there.
I don't think he'll mind that, though. I mean, it's not right. and it's-
No.
We're bowling far too many wides these days. But it just shows the batsman something different. You know, you could get one coming from there as well. Chase that one. And sometimes they do and just toe edge it out to point. So, you know, Veerasamy has got off the mark. He's 1 off 18 balls at a strike rate that Pembroke will be delighted with. His partner, of course, has just faced the 3 balls for his single. He's positively one-daying it.
Yeah, nice good ball there from the bowler. Just defended well by the batsman. No room to do any, well, big high-risk shot if you did have a shot at that to try and score. But you know, I think the captain of Pembroke must be just going to bowl this bowler out.
Slower ball on this occasion, just inside that blue line. You kind of miss And I know he's downstairs watching it on his television, but you kind of miss Simon's face popping up at the window and just having a little look at the day's play, seeing how many people are out and what's going on in the world.
Well, especially since he didn't have any windows broken in the last week with the
One landed on his roof.
I know, I saw that. Guess there's a few tiles that need to repair. Yeah, but
Karen will send Simon up onto the roof, no doubt.
bit of silicon.
Yeah.
Well
But
played.
it's almost eerie without the dart going past every so often.
Kind of in a bit of a lull here in the game. It's just sort of cruising along. No one's making any real breakthrough. There's no runs being scored. Who's going to blink first?
That's his insulation for the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, Paranjo to continue.
A bit high, I thought.
Yeah,
Worth an appeal, worth a shout.
he did come back, but
He's getting
honestly-
the congratulations and gratitude from his captain.
No, just a cappuccino or flat white if there's no cappuccino. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good appeal. Rattles into his feet. Oh, throw back in from the wicketkeeper.
Yes, please. First bit of excitement we've seen for a few overs, really.
Yeah. Nothing happened.
Yeah, I know. But to get the bodies warm a bit. And Ranga's going to continue here. So he should. He's been very effective. When we get the bowling figures up at some stage in the next little while, we'll be able to just check on that. But been quite impressed. I'd say we've still got one more from Paranjay at the far end before his allocation is finished. There we go. Thought about a run there because the field's quite deep, but there wasn't run. Fielder's in quite quickly. Well played. Kept it out. He has seen a few of them, though. He must be getting very frustrated that he can't just convert these into singles or into some sort of scoring shot.
Well, that's one run off 4 overs. 40 for 4. Defensive again.
Well, he's got plenty of time to catch up.
Well, he has. There certainly has. Another 26 overs to go after this one. So it's not like his team are in any trouble. Another shot with no backlift. That's what it is. If you see his backlift is so slight, there's no intent to put power on it.
Yeah,
And in fact, a good thing to do now would be to bowl a loose one, because if you bowl the loose one, he might just have a go at it and mistime it.
yeah, it'd just be a poke more than anything, won't it? You know, a wild sort of nothing swing.
Yeah, there'd be no power.
There's a guy there on third man 45 that might be able to catch something if it pops up in the air. They've got a very tight ring around the bat, so made that in for a
On
full
the
toss.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Just let them have the single. That's fine.
In fact, this is a good result. I'd rather have, if you're Pembroke, Verasme, whatever his name. Sorry, forgot your name. But
Virasamy.
Sorry, should look at the screen. You'd want to have him on strike. He seems to be the one that's struggling the most. So you've got some trying to sort of unconventional shots there.
Again, neither one of them are sort of have any positive intent. They seem intent on survival.
That's what it
only.
is. It's just surviving.
It's all right. He points at stuff for himself. He's not pointing stuff out to us.
Right.
Are you? What? The score's
42 for 4 off 13.4.
I'm allowing you to be dinosaurs for a change.
Yep.
It's like maybe now isn't the time to hit your way out of this.
No, but there you go.
I'm not saying I want to see lumberjack
Yes.
swings of the axe and the ball disappearing to all parts of D4, What I'm saying is, if they're going to bring the field in that much, all you have to do is get it past the field, and there's 2 every time. You could very easily end up at 8 or 10 and over and change the whole complexion of the game just with you and me running between the wickets.
You don't have to hit it hard to do that.
No,
that's what I mean.
No, but
That's what I'm getting
but
at.
what they're doing is they're
Nudge it around
dying
and
on it.
take
It's
whatever.
dying on them. The only pace they're getting on the ball at the moment is the pace that the bowler's putting on it, rather
Yeah.
than the batsman.
Yeah.
That's
So you're
all
not
I'm
going to get
saying.
any time in. And at the moment, all you're doing is allowing Pembroke to be on top. Now, the bowling has been good, to be fair, but... that's interesting. He's bringing Koshal on at the other end.
Coming on at the nursery end now.
Karen Volker end.
So
So...
got in touch during the week.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said,
Ah.
I'm watching you in Sydney Parade. And then he came back and said, I think I'm watching a recording.
Did it have underneath it filmed, streamed 1 year ago?
Yeah. But yes,
Anyway, interesting change.
he's just using the 3 bowlers so far. Perhaps he's intent on getting through to drinks, just using those 3. Well, we shall see.
So I wonder who his bowling options are after this.
Well, you actually posed the question earlier. Why isn't he bowling himself at this stage? I'd have thought ideal. The batsmen aren't being overly positive. You could have an attacking field and get the off spinner on, and you never know, you might pick up 2 or 3. The other person who might pick up 2, 3, 4 or 5 would be Andy Hill himself.
Well, that's what I'd be... That's
That
too
one's
short.
hit out on the offside.
Yeah, good shot.
And that has just released the pressure. It's the first boundary we've seen in a very long time. A nice shot through the offside. It wasn't a good ball, and it was punished. Cashel now. Oh, the umpire having a word with the batsman. I think
run
it's
up the
about
pitch.
the road map. Turn left, please, or turn right, but don't go straight ahead.
Yes. But I like that shot because it was the first shot of intent. He actually backed himself a bit there.
Yes.
And I think that's what he should do now. He's seen the ball a bit.
They've both been out there a while. Most of the strike going to Veerasamy.
Oh, slower the ball, and he's picked it.
He wanted nothing to do with that.
And quite rightly, actually, I think he played a good shot there, actually, just to defend that one
Do you know what
away.
it reminded me of? French cricket.
That, absolutely, wasn't it? Yeah.
Pads together, bat held in front, squared up to the bowler, just pat it back down the pitch. Wanted nothing to do with that at all. More than happy to take the dot ball. Cashel to bowl.
Looks he had to
There's
go.
that one. It moved the other way that time. Nice delivery from the young lad. Always showing a bit of promise.
With the field set like this, and it's wide there, at least he, if you're going to slash hard, at least he went after that one. Okay, it might not have been pretty, but if he had edged it, he probably would have gone away with it.
Yep.
The, third man is on the boundary here, and it's a big boundary. Oh, there you go. That's a lovely shot. Just opened the face of the bat, ran it down the third man for the single. Yeah, more like that.
Third baseman gets it back to the catcher.
So maybe this is the time that the batsman's going to cash in. He's seen the ball well. Obviously, he was struggling with the other bowlers, so he's got a different bowler run now, which he's obviously enjoying a lot more. Let's see what the new batsman says. Oh, it's way too short, but he's defending it well.
On another day, or perhaps if he'd been there a bit longer or seen a few more deliveries, he might have tried to pull that one. But I tell you why he didn't. He's not wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
Us non-helmet wearers, very aware of...
Especially early on. Defend him. Yeah, there's nothing like getting one in the face.
Absolutely.
Don't know about you, but every now and again, after the game, you think, why didn't I whack that one into the,
Yes, watching
into
it
the
on
trees?
replay.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have been easy just to lift that one over leg.
As I pick it out of my teeth.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he played that quite well. I think the next one that happens like that, he'll be trying for cow corner, or at least the square leg boundary.
Another change of bowling now. Coming on at the St John's end.
Bowler number 1 is going to finish his over on...
That's strange, isn't it? You bowl 9 from one end and then 1 from the other end. What happens if this goes brilliant?
8, I mean. Yeah, 7 for 1. And, yeah.
Oh, all right. But what happens if you... you go brilliantly from this end now?
Anyway, he's trying different things. He's trying.
I'm just surprised we haven't seen a fourth bowler.
I really am. I really think Prashant or Andy Hill should have come on just to mix things up a bit, and also to keep one of your opening strike bowlers. Have a few up your sleeve for when
At the end.
At the end, or when there's been another wicket taken.
Batsman has taken guard on leg stump.
Just plays that one away to the off.
You find that
Point position.
some players, when they do take that off leg stump guard, the first thing they do as you're running in is shuffle across the stumps, and it really does open up that LBW as a possibility. There was you with cappuccino or flat white. Do you want your coffee white or black, mate?
Yeah. In the cup or just, yeah.
Or down your shirt. Oh, that's a good ball.
Ah, nicely played around. Just dropped that at his feet. Picked up the single.
Well, what was good there was the decisiveness of the call and the agreement to go. There was no hesitation, and that allowed them to get through for the single. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was good by these guys.
It's just in case it's not sweet enough. 49 for 4. DLR looking for their half century.
Oh, well played.
And that's not it. Nice shot though, wasn't it?
It was a nice shot. I thought he got in.
If you played that one in front of the mirror, you'd be happy with it.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of this batsman. He's just his body language is positive, and I think that was the right ball. He got a good ball, just played it out, gave himself half a chance to maybe get a run. Unfortunately, he hit it straight to mid-off, I should say, and then again just played it out there. The captain's fielding quite close in a close cover position. No run, but he's looking positive. And I think they'll just say, okay, this is the last over from this bowler. We'll just see him off, keep it out, and let's see what comes after this. Yeah, he's happy to play Test cricket against this guy. See him off. One more ball to face. The DLR just about to hit their first milestone of 50 runs. And the happiness factor has just gone up another couple of notches. Oh, full toss. And the 50's up for DLR.
Strange shot to bring it up though, wasn't it?
Anyway, sort of squeezed it out, but he saw off the bowler. Anyway, this is the first target for the batting side. Well, I'm liking this guy. I think, as I said before, he is looking quite positive. He's up for the challenge.
Well,
playing the ball on its merits.
One thing we did say during the interprovincials was this pitch, and especially pitch 7, it has proved to be a pitch where you need to get yourself in, but once you're in, you can actually sort of make hay once the sun shines. That's so optimistic of you, James, leaving the wrapper so it can be closed again. Short.
Oh.
Pulled away on the offside. He's just smacked that baseball style. That was down the first baseline if ever one was.
Good shot.
Just crossed bat and heaved out on the offside. It runs away for 4. And here it is. You just see this. It's short, it's wide, and bang! Look how open his stance is. His front leg is almost behind by the time he's finished that shot. And it runs away for a much-needed boundary. Much needed for DLR and much needed for you, our viewers. Nice shot.
I like this, yeah.
Oh, look at this. Could this be 2 in a row? Yes, it could. A second boundary. I preferred the second shot almost.
Oh, the second shot was lovely.
Just dabbed it away and it ran away for a boundary.
Again, I've said it a few times now. I really like the way this batsman is approaching it. He's now getting some good reward. He's always shown that his intent, and he's seen off some good bowling. Now, when it's slightly wide, he's got 2 boundaries in a row. That's really going to help their cause.
Kushal taking a bit of tap now. He took 2 wickets in his first over. So up in Balbriggan, Pembroke fourths taking on Balbriggan thirds. I can tell you that the fourths have now reached 65 for 4.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, Pembroke would have been very pleased to have taken those first 4 wickets quite quickly. It really got them into the game. But since then, as James said, it's just got into a bit of a lull now. The action not exactly inspiring. Not much here that's going to make the highlights reel for the end of the season at the moment.
I think this is really good by DLR. Sort of a bit of consolidation going on. Oh, that was, see, oh, he'd be disappointed he didn't get away with that.
My goodness, everyone got away with that. He went short. I thought it came off the gloves. I was surprised the keeper. I was surprised the keeper didn't go for that. I thought it was gloves.
I got blocked by Charlie a bit here. By the
Yeah,
jukebox.
oh no, that's why I'm watching here.
Right. Anyway, but because they're playing or they're batting with a lot more positivity, it's throwing the bowler off. In my opinion, that's a better ball.
Well, he did the batsman for timing on that occasion. Just a bit off.
Yeah, he struggled a bit, this batsman, Virasamy. Even though he's been out there the longest, I would say his job is just to rotate the strike and get a single and get the other guy on. He was on 12 for 12.
Shell coming in to finish his over. And very nearly taking the edge. Nobody appealing. Another over gone.
It's good from DLR.
This is the one. Does it come off the gloves?
No.
No.
Shoulder.
Upper arm.
Upper arm almost, yeah.
I retract everything.
I'm still sure it clipped the ledge.
It's good to have the replay to be able to actually see these things. Be clear in...
Well, one of the absolute boons of Niles coverage are those replays.
Oh, absolutely.
Always an absolute pleasure to watch.
I like the taste of humble pie, and I don't mind eating a bit of it when you see a replay. Anyway, is there a change of bowling now? Yes, there is. It looks like Jeet is coming on, Jeet Nanda. Sort of a fast spin bowler. If you see him bowl, he gets some good movement, but he also gets some good pace. Just making adjustments to his field now. He's bringing a long wide, or long on now. There's no other protection down here, so he's going to be trying to bowl on the offside. Oh, well, he's got some great height. Should be able to generate some good bounce. Anyway, it's a good start. Just a dot. Well, one gets a feeling that anything remotely wide is going to be swung at by this current batsman. So we should. There we go. Yeah, and he's given him. He's got an edge. He's absolutely disappointed. And it's a great breakthrough from the Pembroke point of view. Just what they needed now. That partnership just was getting the foundation and was starting to grow. Here we go. Big wind-up shot. Ooh, very wide. He should have left it. Just got to tickle through. Can't believe it.
I think the batsman's problem there isn't so much the umpire. It's that he chased one that was so wide.
That's what I mean. I think he was just absolutely devastated that he went for that, actually. You know, Should have just let that one go by and get collected wide. But it wasn't to be. I suppose that's what pressure builds as well.
Second bowler to take a wicket with a second ball today.
Yeah. No one's having a look.
See the wind blowing it away. It's gotta get empty. Gotta get there.
59 for 5. DLR thought they were mounting a recovery, and that's been, well, if not nipped in the bud. Oh, bit of discussion on the sideline by the players. Obviously the batsman not happy. As I say, I think he should be not happy with himself most.
Yeah, that's the only one to be disappointed with.
His teammates will make sympathetic noises, but I think they thought also
There you go.
not one to chase. Well, a batsman's come out. The captain now, that is, Jacob. He used to be a player, I think, played for Swords, called Manu Jacob, who used to be at the top of the Fancy League 10 years ago. That one just going past the edge of the bat. Virasamy, he's just pushed at that, really, hasn't he?
He just can't find his mojo today. He just can't find a good line of length. He doesn't know whether to go forward or back, strike the ball hard or just dab at it. He seems to be all out of sorts today. But
He's still there.
he's still there. So he may be the rock that DLR need to have there to hold down an end, while the rest of them sort of build up around him.
Well, just 14 balls to drinks now.
They definitely don't want to get another wicket.
Now you
Ooh.
see, that's what should have happened to the first one. Just leave it alone.
Yep.
And that is the end of the 18th over. 18 overs done. Just 2 more to drinks now, and Pembroke will feel that they're on top. 60 for 5, DLR. And they will feel another rebuilding is on hand here. Captain Jacob. Virasamy, they're going to have to be there for quite a while past drinks. We'll see how that goes in just a couple of overs.
Oh, it's a good over there by Nando. Just considered the 1 run and also picking up a wicket. I know it might feel like a bit of a mountain, but you'd want to, if you're DLR, you've got to think, okay, at worst, if we bat all these overs out, we at least get over 100. At least have something to try and defend at the moment.
Well, bare minimum 120 before
Yeah.
your bowlers start thinking we have a chance.
Yep.
Pembroke, on the other hand, well, they've got DLR, well, if not on their knees, certainly reeling a bit. 60 for 5. And we always say, just wait, there'll be at least one partnership in this innings, and you'll suddenly find they're at 180, 200. And then it gets tricky for Pembroke. That one just played away, very defensive, and I don't blame the captain at all. He's going to want to see his side through to drinks as a first objective. He was. Just the 3 bowlers used in these first 18 overs.
A 4 now. They've brought in Jeet now.
Oh, yes, now that Jeet's there. Again, not much footwork from Jacob, and that will be heartening to the Pembroke bowlers. When you see a man who's just relying on his hand-eye coordination, always a positive. Very hard to get power in some shots when you're not moving your feet.
Let's wait for this ball to be bowled.
See, big swing outside the off stump, but one that should just well enough alone. Just pick
Yeah.
up the wide, take the extra ball.
Yeah, that's it. It's just because it's wide doesn't mean you have to hit it. If it's very wide, I guess that's getting used to the conditions. But especially when you almost step back to have a hit at it, it's like there was nothing good about that shot. But in some ways, I was just going to say, Yes, you're in a game situation, and you want to obviously put enough runs on. But this is an opportunity that you may want to, if you're a batsman, have a slight different change of mindset. Think, okay, this is a glorified net session. I just need to survive all these balls and take singles where, or get the runs where I can. Don't start playing stupid shots.
Don't try and hit your side out of trouble.
No.
Now, I've seen it happen on many occasions where a number 7 has come in and has hit a side out of trouble, but just as likely to find himself back in the hutch very quickly. You see what I mean? It's either going to come off or it's not. It's just a matter of time and how long you can ride your luck going for everything like that.
Yeah.
And again, we're so close to drinks. Wouldn't you say, look, there's 8 balls left. Just let's see off those 8 balls, get in with just 5 down, and take the second half as it comes.
You restart. Well, don't create any risk at all, you know. That's better. I know it's frustrating for you want to get runs, but as you say, it's a game of awareness, really. The last thing you want now is another wicket from DLR's perspective, is another wicket before drinks. From Pembroke point of view, they would be absolutely delighted, and you'd almost be, calling the game at that stage.
Oh, he's chased after another wide one. They really do have trouble leaving those ones alone.
Yep.
Well, that's the end of the 19th over. The score's moved on to 61 for 5. Captain Jacob has joined us in the middle. He's 1 from 7 deliveries. Veerasamy, he's moved on to 9. It's taken him 41 deliveries. That's nearly 7 overs for 9 runs. Pembroke would be delighted with that sort of scoring rate.
Oh, absolutely. You'd be sitting there going, well, they might make it to 80.
I saw Mark Adair here on Thursday score 44 from 11. A strike rate of 400.
That's something else, isn't it?
Not every ball was a boundary. He at one stage he hit the first four balls of an over, all for 6. Busiest man on the field really was the third umpire. Kept coming on with a new ball. But yes, there's a lot of money in them there gardens.
Yep. No. Again, another one that he shouldn't have even gone for. Was called a wide. But,
Stop chasing those ones. No good can come of it.
Yep.
You never get the power in that you're looking for into the shot.
That's better. Just defend it away when it's there. But don't go, force the bowler to bowl at you. Yeah. Especially these close to drinks. Don't do anything risky.
Just 5 balls remaining now of this first portion of this first innings. Oh, there's a call. There's a hesitation. They've gone to the wrong end. The less hesitation end. But the two of them stopped and started there, and it had the potential to be very ugly. Turned out not to be in the end.
Bit lucky there. Not necessary to do that sort of stuff. Again, game awareness. Bringing Long on back. Well, he hasn't really brought him back at all. He asked him to come in. He's moved in about 5 feet into a bit of a no man's land. He's asked him to go a bit wider.
Well, that's just silly to me.
I don't know what the purpose of that.
Yeah, it's neither one thing nor the other. He's not close enough to be catching, and he's not far enough away to be saving the boundary.
In some ways, with this many, this many wickets taken with the lack of runs, bring him into, save one.
Into the ring.
Make him go for the big shot.
Yep. If he clears you, great.
There you go.
And that would have been just into his hands.
Yep. Would have been a catch.
Admittedly knee high.
But half a chance for a wicket.
Yeah. That's what an attacking captain would do.
Right.
Oh, armchair cricket, isn't it the best cricket in the world?
But again, he's moved back into a bit more of a straighter position, which I don't know why he's done that.
Oh, no! They all believe there was an edge there. The wicket-keeper, well, he let it go down in stages.
Did he try to celebrate before he even had it?
Yeah, even he was oohing and ahhing as it went from glove to thigh, to knee, to ground. And Jeet
That's this is exciting. You get
Jeet
to read.
Nanda, well, he nearly picked up a second there. Another one flies past the edge of the bat, and that will be 20 overs and drinks. We'll just get a replay of this. Well, let's see what we think. This is the advantage. Just put in there. Well, I'm not sure if there was an edge, but the way everybody oohed and ahed, there was. And the batsman saying, what are you all making a fuss about? There's nowhere near it.
It didn't look like it was anywhere near the
No.
edge of the bat.
So there we go. There's the DLR County seconds scorecard for the first 10 overs, 20 overs.
It's not very pretty, but, you know, number 5 and number 7 are there now. You want them to be there at the 30 over mark, and then you've got half a chance. But, you know, scoring 10 off 45, he needs to sort of put the accelerator down a bit there. You've got to give your bowlers half a chance. But all credit to Pembroke, I suppose. 5 wickets down. They've created pressure.
Well, there is their bowling card. Pranjay Dubey, he started things off for us today. He's bowled 8 overs now. They're keeping 2 of his behind. 1 for 17, his reward. Ranganath Kamanduri, 1 for 19. And Kushal Jan Safi, 2 for 23. He took those 2 wickets in his first over, and it really put the brakes on DLR at that stage. And since then, they haven't really looked to score heavily. The 4th bowler, he's taken his wicket as well. There is the Manhattan. And no doubt there is the worm. You can see it's become a bit becalmed recently. Those wickets, those blue dots showing you where the wickets fell. So there we are. That's drinks. We'll just take a short break and we'll be back with you once we've taken as much of a drink as the players have. Well, welcome back to the kitchen for the second time today. Welcome back to Sydney Parade for this Division 16 clash. Rearranged fixture. This ground only became available with the unfortunate demise of YMCA and them pulling out of the Premier League. Our first was scheduled to play today, and that would have been a cracking game. But as it is, that's been replaced by the Fifths against DLR. This fixture originally was part of a double header in the club. That double header has now been split, and both sides will get to use the main square, which of course is much preferable to a double header from a playing point of view.
Well, it's been a corker of a game so far. When I say corker, what I mean is something completely different. Well, from a Pembroke point of view, it's been a corker. They've got 5 wickets quite cheaply. Only 64 runs on the board for the first 20 overs. DLR, it's not the start that they wanted, but they've still got some top batsmen out there at the moment, so that's their task, is to turn this around, get to 70, get to 80, then, onwards and upwards. It's time to reset, though, as the batsman. And I just wondered if
Charlie wouldn't mind taking a step or two to his left, and then jump to the right.
And let's do the time warp again. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I wish I had that on camera.
Yeah, where's Niall when you need him? Anyway, just making adjustments to the field. Good to see Andy Hill's ankle is a lot improved compared to when he tried to break it at the start of the game.
We'll have to ask Andy to give us a flash of the leg so we can see the damage that was done. I'd say he's going to have a lovely bruise. The captain's brought himself on first over after drinks.
I think it's a good move.
And the first delivery is pumped back down the ground. And I feel rather than having a short third man and a third man, he'd be better off with Cashel going a bit straighter and somebody going over towards the clubhouse door. I think that's where the big hits are going to be. This one outside off, just left alone. Give Louis a hug for me.
No, I think I tend to agree, Craig. I think that's, you can just see that's where they're winding up.
Yeah, just there.
Yep, that's exactly what in the spot where the ball went.
Can you, very kind of DLR to mark the ball, the spot where we feel the fielder should be. I think Charlie overheard us.
Yeah.
He's now sending the advice.
Yeah, Ranga there is in a catching position, but
He needs cover behind him.
Yeah.
He's now trying to sort of cover both sides, the lifted shot and
That's a better
be
ball.
close enough. That's giving it some air. I just feel a bit of protection on the offside wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too upset if I was the bowler.
6-3 field at the moment, so it really does have to keep this outside off, turning back into the stumps. That's a good ball. That one squirts away.
I think the keeper there needs to stand his ground. There's a fielder there for that shot to cut off that one. There's no point in that turning around, all of a sudden there's no one to throw it to for a run out.
Oh, cap nearly went too far then. Right. Well, we're certainly seeing a bit of action. 5 runs having come from this over so far. It was going down legs as the umpire. And that's the end. No, yes, that is the end of the over. The captain walks away, having conceded just the 5 runs. But the only suggestion we would have would be to cut off that 4 slash through the air on the offside.
Well, if you're going to bowl that line, absolutely, and that's the line he bowls, so it's pretty much a given. And by having that gap on the leg side, you're trying to encourage them to swing across the line, get top edges, all sorts of things. I'll be encouraged by that. They obviously think that they have to put the accelerator down now, and they went after that bowler, the captain.
They obviously had a chat on the sidelines,
Yep.
and are going to be very positive now, or more positive now, which is no bad thing for DLR, no bad thing for the game, and in fact will provide more opportunities for Pembroke. It could
Absolutely.
just spice up this game, just what this game needs. Captain positioning himself down near the rope. I don't mind that as much as I normally would, because the boundary here is set so big. They haven't altered the boundary from when the interprovincials were played here during the week, so they're playing on basically professional cricket size pitch. And both DLR and Pembroke Fist will be used to far smaller grounds.
Yeah.
That's why we're not seeing quite so many boundaries. That and what seems to be a pretty stubborn attitude of the batsman.
How are you, gents?
We're good. We're good.
How are you?
What do you think of the game?
We think it could be a lot warmer.
Yeah.
It's the defensive captain that's getting to us. Good ball. No.
Oh, down leg.
Definitely down leg on this occasion. Batsman, he's disappointed with himself, not catching up with that one.
Yeah, just trying a bit too hard there. I mean, because it's such a big ground, if you can get it in between fieldsmen, there's a run every day. So he needs to just basically work the singles and not play shots like that.
Oh, it's an expansive shot. We thought they were going to be more positive.
Well, it's positive, then it's just been a bit silly. And I think that was just a bit silly. You know, if you're going to hit it hard, fine, but hit it hard along the carpet. Don't try and get it aerial. Especially when you've got guys already there from catching positions.
This one fired down the leg side. That deservedly given as a wide. I think even the bowler would be pleased that was given as a wide. Gives him another opportunity. Still 2 balls remaining in this over. But again, the scoring rate just not too impressive.
No.
This is the 22nd over. And the scoring is just over 3 and over. When you saw the cricket that was on show during the week, 3 and over doesn't cut it.
Well, there was a couple of overs where, you know, only maybe 3 or 4 were scored, but by good, no, it's some amazing bowling and very rare. There's only like 1 or 2 per innings, if that. No, that's an opportunity, but has he given him? Yes, he has.
Cashel is the star fielder.
And that's not the batsman that they wanted to get out.
Well, Veerasamy, he departs for 14. He'd been there for 54 balls, and now he's been run out.
No. That's Jacob's been out. So Veerasamy's still in.
Yes.
So that's Pembroke would be delighted to get Jacob out.
They've got the captain out. He's had to depart. He couldn't quite make his ground.
That was a desperation run.
The pressure's just building, and they obviously spoke about being more positive in the second half, and it wasn't to be. They tried to take on the arm of Cashel. Safi, he threw down the stumps, and the umpire's finger signalled the end of M. Jacob. Captain M. Jacob departs with the score on 71, and there are now 6 wickets down.
Unfortunately, we don't have the facilities at the moment to bring that replay back to you, but I'd love to see whether the non-striker and runner, Jacob, was flat-footed, you know, whether he was backing up or not, because, I mean, it was a great piece of fielding.
He wasn't what I'd call actively backing up.
No.
You know how much I back up.
Yeah, we both love backing up, you know, and...
but some players, as you say, they tend to sit back on their heels and only set off at the call, as opposed to being
3 or 4 paces down,
in motion already. So that could have cost him. Either way, he'll be able to look back and replay it himself on YouTube. And he'll find himself disappointed he's left his side in a bit of a hole. New batsman in the middle now. I suspect that this batsman may play some aggressive shots, coming in at number 8. Top of the lower order, as you say. Good ball from the skipper.
Well, it's always going to be tough to sort of say to the lower order, well, can you bat 18 overs now? They're not used to it. They very rarely have to. And if they're playing shots like that, you can see why.
Well,
that's when you just tickle around on the leg side and hopefully pick up a single. There's no one there to stop
Sammy
that.
now has a lot of pressure on him. He's got to marshal this tail. He's got to try and get DLR up to a decent total. Nobody's gone to the stumps. The keeper just holds on to it, lets them take the single, and Gupta will face his first delivery. I suspect it will be a leg stump guard or no guard at all. Umpire just standing slightly off square for some reason.
That's interesting.
Just played away on the offside. I do feel you will see this bat in a full arc any second.
Wonder if Long On should go around to the CRM screens a bit more. Or even bring him into a catching position, bring him right up to the save one, just say, okay, go across the line.
Go over.
Go over me,
Yeah, I'd bring mid on and mid off in at the moment. I'd put some real pressure on, let there be no singles on that.
I'd actually only have one boundary rider out on each side, maybe, if that.
He just wanted a deft touch on that and run it down to third. On this occasion he missed. It thudded into the keeper's gloves, and the only call from the umpire was over up.
Oh, good over there for Pembroke. Another wicket down. It's 72 for 6. 23 overs down. A lot of work to be done from the DLR point of view.
Well, a good partnership is developing in Balbriggan for Pembroke. They've moved on to 118 for 4 against Balbriggan up in the Harbour grounds. And that seems to be going quite well for Pembroke. Chowdhury and Bhushan putting together some runs.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Bhushan's got a 50.
Fantastic.
It's about time he played himself in.
Yeah. He's been struggling for the first couple of weeks.
Oh,
No run there.
no. No, that would have been foolhardy.
That's one way of putting it.
Just a grey, overcast day today. Not many of you out as yet. I expect a few to come down for a pre-Heineken Cup semi-final beverage. A few will stick around and watch the game here, no doubt. Just played away.
I wonder if, just as, because we have the cheap seats here and we can see different things at different parts of the game, I wonder if the guy on the square, almost square leg there, would be better off coming around in the batsman's eye line. Because he's bowling on and off, off stick sort of.
Kushel, who's behind square?
No. I'm talking about. I can't remember his name. He's just on saving.
Just here.
Yep. There's you got Prashant there. Then you got the other guy there. It's right in, almost on a.
Yeah, another couple of yards closer.
I'd like to go wider actually. Like move Prashant maybe even in on.
Prashant's to be 10, 15 yards closer.
Yeah, he should be closer, and then the other guy, and maybe even closer to the stumps. So go in 10, 15, and then across another 5 or 10.
Yep.
So he's on a straighter line, and then bring that fielder in on a straighter line too. Have two guys in his eye
He's
line.
still got the boundary rider out
Yep.
here.
So if he does hit it out there, he's got him protection anyway, and just mess with the batsman's head a bit. Say, well, there's two of us here.
Show him something different.
Yep. Even if it's just a couple of.
Let's be honest, batsmen generally, when they're out in the middle, they're not the brightest of people. So
No.
you keep asking them questions, eventually they're going to get one wrong, and then they're on their way.
Well, it's also from the point of view that in the nets, it's easy because you're not seeing anyone apart from just the net, and so everyone has a big go and it all looks glorious and it's amazing. But if you've got players in their eye line, almost every time it throws them off.
Well, there's a sight you don't see very often. Niall walking down the wall, carrying a stool. He obviously wants to sit down today.
Or steal some furniture.
Oh, the wrong end. Just go for the stumps near you.
Yep.
Gupta gets away with it though, but you see what I mean about the positive intent. He lifted that one over the bowler's head. I do feel that bringing in the field a little bit would be an advantage at this stage. Oh, well, that's got to be a good appeal. And he says no, there was bat involved.
Yeah.
Can't have been much wood that saved the batsman on that occasion.
Just enough. Again, yeah. So.
Oops, beware the cyclist.
Oh, it's nice. Just a single though, and
still just a single.
Yeah. That's okay.
I'm going to get Niall an umpire's chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, fabulous run out, just off screen.
Perfect.
Oh, he's
He's
gone.
bowled him.
Off the batsman himself and careered into the stumps, and that's the 7th wicket down. And Gupta, well, he looked like he was going to be somebody who was going to be positive with the bat. It was a big swing of the bat, but he didn't make contact. The ball hit him and careered into the stumps, and the 7th wicket has fallen, and the captain gets his first. You see it here.
Good bowling. Just cramped him up.
It's on the stumps anyway.
Yep.
But he was too... there was never one to pull at.
No, that's a defending shot. You just play that one back to him.
And he's bowled. And that's the 7th wicket down with just 74 on the board. And I have to say, the Pembroke huddle that you can just see... Oh, will you stop with...
Oh, I wish they wouldn't do that. Wish they wouldn't do that.
Please don't do
might
that.
have
This is not basketball.
We will not be doing that on Monday. Well, I won't be involved in it. Guys, yeah.
The great Richie Benno on the 12th man said, there's just some Seppo bullshit the West Indies have brought in.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about that. I know I'm a stuck-in-the-mud traditionalist,
No,
but when you saw how much it wound up the other team in the last game they did that, it was just, will you stop?
Well, no, it's just not cricket.
No, as I say, it's more a basketball.
Yeah. Anyway, new batsman.
Back to the cricket. Big blow down the ground. Kushel is there. He's already got one run out. He's not going to get another one now, though.
That's right.
Nania Mohammed has come in, and, well, he's been positive from the off. Vera Sami, well, he's just sort of hung around. You can't really say much more than that, can you?
No.
This one goes down the leg side. Captain hands rush to his head. That is the end of the over. The score has moved on 75 for 7. At the moment, the happier of the two teams would be Pembroke.
Yeah, another good over there for Pembroke. Another breakthrough. Yeah, it's been some good bowling, there's no doubt about it, but some of the shot selection by DLR has been pretty poor.
John Martin just going across the top of your screen. He looks equipped with plants and trowel. I suspect he's going to be working on the flower bed behind us.
Okay.
If you are watching this and you do come down to Pembroke and you happen to bump into John, then please do thank him for his work. It is greatly appreciated. Everyone says how well the ground is looking, and it's only due to the efforts of volunteers like himself and work done by Roy and Car Park Phil that really has the place sparkling. Still, the back wall will get painted very shortly. But now it's Jeet Nanda to continue. He has 1 for 6 from 4 overs. They found him difficult to get away.
That's well played.
And Mohammed the same, just playing that one back down the pitch. Phil himself will be hanging the flowers in the hanging baskets shortly. And that will just add another layer of beauty to what is a magnificent club in the heart of Dublin. Oh, well, that's a full toss, and it's pulled away to Cow, and nothing's going to stop that reaching the boundary. And that's the first boundary we've seen in quite a while, James.
Yeah, that's a terrible ball and dispatched accordingly, and that was going to give the young man some confidence and a much-needed boundary. You know, from a DLR point of view, he just needs to calm himself here and don't realise every ball has to be a hit like that. He's got a job to do here.
Well,
There'll be other balls like that. It's cold out there.
he's come in at number 9. He may just be deciding to ride his luck. And this may be the only way he knows how to play extremely positively.
There you go.
And he's gone big. It's gone down the ground. The fielder's coming in towards it. And he's put it down. It's come off his chest. That's 2 catches down from the Pembroke players today so far.
Yeah, he just didn't have time to settle underneath it there.
Just had a lot of ground to make up. By the time he got there, it had got too far too quickly. And Andy Hill, well, second drop for the Pembroke Fifths today. Not for Andy Hill, but for the Pembroke Fifths. Oh, I thought I heard an edge there. Did you hear an edge there? I heard an edge there.
Something. Anyway.
Come on, Jit. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
You know, I like the way this guy's, I know this is going to sound contradictory, but in some ways, it's not his job to get the runs. You get whatever you can. I like the way he's going out and playing his natural game. There's no point him trying to play test match cricket. And his runner turned blind there. The man in the helmet there, Mr.
I don't know what happened. Did he get something in his eye?
Must have, yeah.
And classic commentary, B.
Let's move on.
Well,
but,
he's going to be positive, and I think he's doing exactly the right thing. There's no point in trying to defend for 15 overs now. He'd be far better off just having a dip, riding his luck, and perhaps adding 20, 30, getting them up to that 120 we were talking about.
Well, and this is what I said before. Number 9, 10, 11, it's not their job to score 100. They're bowlers. Whatever they can get is a bonus, essentially. So if his natural game is just to swing the bat like a door in the wind, rusty gate in the wind, then swing it. Have a little bit of cop on, though. If it's a Yorker on middle stump, then maybe just defend that. But chance your arm. Squeeze out as many runs as you can. Try and get your side over 100 just from a psychological point of view. They only got 17 to go. In the context of this game, that's like a getting 70. But, back yourself. At the moment, it's a very low score. We have all seen low scores be defended. And that's, so the bowler's just losing his line there. Full toss. It looks like has he picked up a boundary there? Yes, he has.
Oh, very definitely so.
Yeah.
That one shot away past the boundary. It was just a bad ball from the skipper. But, with the score on 83 for 7, you're not going to mind too much, are you?
No, it's cold out there, and here we go. Just to rub salt in the wound. Yeah, just think.
Sorry, Andy.
He may have lost it in the background there. A red ball on a dark day against trees. Anyway. Oh, well left. Yep, that's it. Leave those ones. Pulled out of the shot at the last minute there.
Veerasamy, he's been there for, he's faced 11 overs. And he's on 19.
Another one he tries to twist himself around like a ballerina.
I think he will start playing more positively because his partner was.
Yep. You can even see it now. He's looking a bit more positive. He's prepared to throw the bat.
He's looking for the single to go out, try and get Mohammed back on strike, I think.
Not a full toss.
Another one clubbed out on the leg side. Another boundary. And the skipper really has to get rid of those bad balls.
Yep.
This is just giving DLR heart.
Yeah, it's just can't find his line and length at the moment.
That one disappears under the covers. One of the players having to work hard to get it back.
And all of a sudden, DLR have gone up from 60-odd up to 92.
As we said, it only takes one partnership. Veerasamy's strike rate, it's up as far as two and over now.
Absolutely racing ahead now. But, this has been too easy.
He's still there, and they are giving him free runs with that sort of bowling.
That's better.
This time, just blocks it out, you could see on the sidelines the DLR players. There's a bit more chat. There's a bit more cheering. They're getting more into the game.
And it seems to be recently visiting teams that love to come in and knocking their bats.
Yeah.
Which is one of the worst, most annoying sounds on the planet.
Except when you.
Oh, that's way too low. Now he's going to get an opportunity. Oh, got a 6.
It's gone for 6 over Andy Hill's head. And that's a big blow. And we said he was going to be more positive. Now his partner was.
Yeah, it's a good
and
shot.
This is it here.
Terrible.
I don't think this is a drop from Andy. I think he's over the rope.
Yeah, no,
He's right on the edge of the rope there.
He's trying to just reach it. No, it's way over his head.
Yeah, you see he's over the rope by the time he comes down, so no fault there. That was just 6 runs. However, he doesn't look comfortable, Andy Hill, at the moment. He's bent over. He's throwing the head back.
Yeah, that ankle must still be
hurt
giving him
his
jip.
fingers, and his ankle very definitely giving him jip there now. He's in a bad way.
And just to rub salt in the wound, DLR have skated along to 98. After drinks, if you're a Pembroke team member, you would have hoped to have them all out by around about 80, 85. And now it looks like they're going to get into triple figures. It's a bit of a turnaround here. This is good positive intent by DLR. I think
now they've started to be positive. It's paying dividends for them.
Absolutely.
And then in fact, they'll be wondering why they didn't do this earlier. These two making it look a lot easier than the earlier batsmen. And out in Balbriggan, I can tell you that Bouchan has now reached 75, and Pembroke are 152 for 4, going well for them there now.
Captain Gordon Clark will be delighted. Here you go.
It's coming to us. It's going over us. And it just misses us. That's a good hit. Mohammed, he's only going to play one way.
Yep.
It's big swinging of the bat. And that was directly over our heads.
It was.
And landed between us and my car.
Wow. That was the...
So I'm thinking I might go silent for a minute. Well, I just go move my car in the car park.
Well, 100 is up now for DLR. That was a...
Oh, that's shot of the day.
Shot of the day for sure.
That will make the highlights real. Somebody's been producing a few little highlight packages recently.
Pembroke got to be careful here because
Look at
anything
these.
over 100, it's going. There you go.
That's safe again. And
4
that's
runs.
4 this time, just pitching inside the rope. And how many times did I see that over the last 3 days? The ball after a 6 going for 4.
Yeah, I heard that quite a few times. Seemed to be a common pattern.
Yeah, it was. That and clothed pull shots to get out.
Yes.
And here is the 4, Captain Nair, unable to chase that one down.
Okay, needs another catcher out here. I would be pulling Cashel or someone from...
Yeah, he's not going behind the wicket here. His intent is down here.
So,
And
so if I was the Pembroke captain, I would bring another catcher.
out to Carroll corner.
Subtle from the sideline there.
The captain will do it his way.
Yep. That's a good retire.
Let's work as a team and do it my way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good answer there. But the damage has been done. 108 on the board. There you
Another
go.
big blow. There's a fielder out there again. And this time the catch is taken. Mohammed goes. He lived by the sword. He dies by the sword. Another big blow trying to get his team further ahead. He's done a magnificent job for his side. He's scored 19 from 11 balls. And he's been the first positive batsman we've seen today.
Oh, he did a great job for his team. And put a spark into his batting partner as well, who's moved on a few more extra runs. And more importantly, got DLR to 108, which is in the triple figures. Big
there you
wind
go.
up there, just a toe of the bat, squirted off. Gave it everything he could. And a good catch in the deep there to break this very important partnership for DLR.
Can't quite make out who it was who took the catch. You're right, it's a magnificent catch out there. And that one was on the run.
Yeah,
They
that was
got that, and Mohammed is trudging off to the clubhouse. He's been replaced in the middle, and DLR now find themselves at 108 for 8, with still another 12 overs after this one to go. If they could bat those 12, they could get up to a very respectable total, and it'd be up to Pembroke now to make sure they don't and take those last 3 wickets as quickly as possible. Well, I can tell you a wicket has fallen. Bhushan has fallen. He got at least 75. And now Roy has gone out to bat and will join Harsh Chowdhury, who's on 37. And the total over there now 160 for 5 in Balbriggan, and that is available on BCC TV. Not BBC, but BCC TV. Balbriggan broadcasting's a live stream of that game.
Well, that's a good comeback by the fourth. And a shaky start.
They were in a bit of trouble, losing early wickets. But Chowdhury and Bhushan, reverse sweep, and he's at LBW. I will have a word with him later. But he's done a great job for the fourths there. You don't have to keep showing the early dismissals. Well, that was just dragged down by Nanda. Batsman couldn't get hold of it. And the new batsman is DLR Scorer. Name obviously not on the Cricket Club system or unable to be found. And that's 18 overs finished, and the score 108 for 8, and Pembroke needed that breakthrough. A fine catch out on the boundary. I'm trying to work out still who took the catch.
I can't find a team sheet, so, and I'll just...
Let me ask the question and see if I can get an answer.
Charlie! Charlie! Who took the catch? Oh, yeah, yes.
There we have it. Sorry. A magnificent catch out on the railway line boundary. The captain continuing. This will be his 5th over. He's going at just over 5 and over, just under 6 and over, really. Run a ball. At the moment, he's fed that leg side shot again, and they'll pick up a couple. They might think about a third, but I doubt it. Not often you see 3s in Sydney Parade, and when you do it, usually involves a batsman panting very hard.
But it's like having a different batsman out there at the moment. He's really changed his tempo, and his, that previous, like we said before, that previous partnership has really given him a bit of a kick in his step there,
Didn't think you were going to say step.
Yeah. But I tell you what, the other thing about Sydney Parade is too, especially on a big ground, I've seen it where it's been quite difficult to chase down 110. So they've got themselves in a competitive position here. The previous match, the Fifths played here, they got the opposition out for 109 and only ran that down with 7. Took 7 batsmen to run that down, or chase that down, I should say. So, still a lot of work to be done by Pembroke. They've kind of let this slide a bit. It's important now to finish strong from their point of view. And from DLR, if they can get to 130, 140, wow, that could be a real good game on.
Okay, a little update from the scorer. Vadnakar is DL scorer, and we've been saying Veerasamy all the way through, and in fact it's a different name.
Oh, Charlie's going to, he's going to fall safe. Top edge there.
Ranjan Verma, it is. Verma, not Virasamy. And that's a message from the scorers.
Oh, apologies to the batsman. Thank you for clarifying that for us.
Now we're going to forget that and just go with scorer and Virasamy, and that will teach DLR not to have their players registered.
So if he's not registered, that's an issue. But anyway,
No. But I mean registered on the scoring system.
It's got a little bit slightly more overcast. If that could be possible. It's a bit chilly today.
It's the breeze, isn't it?
Yeah, the breeze
comes in and just sucks away any heat that you may have picked up.
Yeah, I think I might just go and sit in front of the fridge to warm up after this. But still got 11 overs to go. They've brought in bowling change here. Captain's brought on Ranger again. Comanduri. And he is here to basically finish this off for Pembroke. Making field adjustments now. They expect him to bat across the line and go to the leg side. And if he bowls like that, they will.
Well, if he bowls like that, they can take him anywhere they want to. It's going to come in inside the boundary. Combination of teammates. Indecision between the batsmen means they only get 2. Very easy 3 there, I felt.
Yeah, I thought there was 2, but obviously the new batsman thinks, well, he's set, let him stay on strike. So you can see the logic behind that, especially when you've still got in excess of 10 overs to go.
Short again. It's short. Up in the air. There's a chance. 2 players converging. One of them Charlie Viprek, and one of them the wicket keeper, and neither one of them get there in time. And another single. He's just bowling too short at the moment. It's almost like he's trying too much. He just needs to relax into it. I'll tell you what it feels like, and I say this as a very old man now, is he's stiffened up a bit after his first spell.
Yeah.
He hasn't loosened out again yet.
Yeah, maybe they should have given him a few more overs to limber up. That's a bit better.
It's not the quickest of pace, but it's his guile that will get him wickets. Asking the batsman different questions. Doesn't all have to be ferocious and fast. He says avoiding the copyright rule.
No, that's right. Some good movement here, some good line and length. And the batsmen will get themselves out.
And he's done a good job. The batsman, another batsman who's querying the decision. He's saying he hit it with the bat. I'm telling you he didn't.
No, there was no wood in that.
Certainly no wood in that. And he had shuffled across his stumps, and he made that one, I think, without having looked at the replay and sticking my neck out, which generally gets it cut off. I would say that was pretty much out from here.
I'd say that was plumb.
Here we see it again. Kamamdura looking to pick up his 2nd wicket in his 5th over. Very familiar, very unique action, and he's hit the guy right in the toe. And the only thing you might say is, there's that huddle again. The only thing you might say is that it was perhaps missing leg stump. But again, that's not my call, that's the umpire's call, and he's the man standing in the right place, and he has given it out, and that is a 9th wicket down, and just 1 wicket remaining now for DLR, and they've only managed to reach what I would consider, and I hope James would agree with me, a subpar score of 114 for 9.
I totally agree.
Thank you.
But I must admit, it has been a better recovery from...
another short ball. It's definitely feeling a bit stiff. That's what that is.
That's all.
He's apologising to the captain. But at this stage, DLR will take every single wide they can get.
Well, it has been a good sort of second half for DLR since drinks. They've actually been able to put on, another... Oh, he hit that, I think.
Well, I thought there was bat involved.
Yeah.
I thought it did hit him in line. But then I thought it was also going to miss the stumps. It was just doing too much.
Yeah.
He'd got it forward, and it rattled into his bat and pads, and we think bat first. This one outside the off, and it's played away on the offside quite delicately for a number 11 batsman. He did well,
Yep, survived it.
and that's all you want. And now it's up to Veerasamy, whose name isn't Veerasamy. He's going to face the next over, and how will he take this on, knowing that the next wicket is the end?
Well, that's going to be the question, isn't it? He's got, 10 overs to go. I think he's just going to throw the bat and take whatever he can get. I don't think he's going to, take twos, and, I don't think he wants to take a one.
Harsh Chowdhury has moved on to 45 up in Balbriggan, and the fourth have moved on to 176 for 5. It's amazing to see how strong the fifth 11 on the field is today when you think that the fourths are also playing.
Yes. Well, Harsh Chowdhury, who's playing out in Balbriggan on 45, he's traditionally the keeper for the fifths. So I'm glad to see he's getting runs on a higher level.
Well, it may be that his new captain will want to keep him if he's going to produce this sort of form. 45 for his side today, out in Albert Harper Park.
Yeah, it's a good problem for the selectors to have when you've got strong sides. So we'll cross that bridge early on next week. Just
So we're interviewing the chair of the selection committee at T, is it?
It's about the starring list.
nothing to say there, I think.
The starring list and the company cars.
Yeah. Anyway, the captain to keep bowling's a bit short, but he gets away with it. Just played it on to the offside. And I think what he'll be thinking of now is, how do I get a single?
Well,
It's better bowling here from the captain.
Veerasamy it is facing. He's got to look after the tail.
Yeah.
He's going to take the single, and that's perfect for Pembroke. They will now have the number 11 to bowl at, and they'll look to close out this innings without too much further damage being inflicted on that scoreboard. Take a breath.
Oh, no, big ooh, collective ooh goes up from the team. Can
Who's in ours?
just bowl, I reckon, a Yorker.
Just bowl on the stumps.
Yep, there you go.
Let
That's the
him
one.
make
There
the
you go.
mistake.
That's
It's
it.
got through. It has hit the stumps.
And
It
that-
is the final wicket. And Pembroke have bowled out DLR seconds for 116. Just going back to that viewpoint that we got from one of our viewers as we watched the replay of the captain taking his second wicket. Just put it on the stumps, played all around it, couldn't stop it. Yes, the view that was sent in to us earlier, DLR looked like a team that are more used to batting on a mat than on grass.
Oh, it's absolutely completely different proposition, especially if you've got very limited experience on grass. And it's been a used wicket. In conditions like this, you're not going to get the same sort of bounce. But hey, that may work for them as well in their attack. At least they have something to defend now. But I'd say that they're very used to either hitting the odd single, but mainly fours and sixes in their home ground.
I think only Mohammed showed how they normally would bat.
Yeah.
They'd be a bit more positive, a bit more aggressive. I think that such a wide cricket pitch where their big hits were only going for 2 just threw them a little bit, and they were unsure, and then they thought that the scoring rate wasn't as high as it would normally be, I suspect, for DLR, and they sort of got stuck in a rut in the middle. They'd lost 3 or 4 wickets, and they just didn't seem to get going again.
Well, that's the thing. It's not to take anything away from Pembroke, but Pembroke bowled, they bowled very well to get those early 3 wickets in the what you call a power play, and it did panic DLR. Here we go. We're going to see some batting card here. And that's a pretty ugly batting card. It's
They've left 9 overs.
yeah.
54 balls. An extra 54 runs would take them up to 170, and that would have been an imposing total.
Well, even getting to 125, if they had a batted out, would have been made the Pembroke chasers a bit nervous, being Division 16 and all. We don't know what.
Veerasamy was the top scorer for them. He came in early, but he didn't really accelerate at all. There are the Pembroke bowling figures. Well, that's fairly even,
That's
isn't
pretty
it?
tidy, isn't it? Yeah. So good result there from all the bowlers.
Good economy rates. Everybody in the wickets. You couldn't be a happier captain than to see that.
Well, they've set it up for themselves to win this, and it's going to be up to Pembroke to throw this away or either win it. It's in their control.
Kiss of death.
Absolutely. No, look at that. There's a little bit of a spike there towards the end where
You could see where Mohammed was,
Yeah.
where he came in. He added that impetus, and really that line took off like a greyhound. But once he was out, it slowed and then it stopped.
But fair play to him, though. He's given his team something to defend. It
Well-
would have been so much harder if they were, in the 80s or in the 90s. Now he's got them over 100, and we've got a game on.
We do. It's one that Pembroke should win. They'll be feeling the more comfortable as they take tea. And while they take tea, we'll take time to visit the bar. So we thank you for joining us for this first half, and we hope that you'll be back for the second innings, which will be in about 25 minutes. Until then, from James and myself, thanks for tuning in.
Well, welcome back, everyone, for the chase. Pembroke did chase down these 116 runs and score 117 for victory. So Pembroke fifths versus DLR seconds. Players and umpires are just coming out in the middle now. It's a cold, overcast day, but we should be in for a good second half. It's a good opportunity now for Pembroke just to bat through and pick up a win, and it's a good opportunity now for the bowlers of DLR to have something to defend. And with me at the moment, we are lucky to have one of our commentators from last year. We have Jake Bell. Welcome, Jake.
Thanks.
How do you think it looks, the ground?
I think it's very neat. It's very good grass to play on. I just think it's very good to play on.
Yeah, it's in good shape. Dale and the crew, as usual, have done a magnificent job considering so much cricket was played during the week for the interprovincials.
Yeah.
But it's still looking amazing. And batsmen are now just taking their guard. I don't know who the opening batsmen are. It looks like Harsh Dubé opening, and his partner, who I can't see at the moment, can't see him under his helmet. Anyway, the names will come up. We're lucky enough to have live scoring. So umpire just making sure that the scorers are ready. And we have a pretty attacking field here at the moment. We have keeper first slip, a very close sort of backward point, a deep point, a cover, slightly deeper cover, a longish mid off, long mid on, mid wicketish, and yeah, first ball just played away defensively to the offside, sort of a point position. And we have a square leg and no one in deep square.
Oh, lovely shot.
Yeah, that was a good shot, just defending.
Yeah.
Batsman just... Bowler getting a bit of bounce there. He's bowling the good line.
Big bounce there.
Yeah, cramping up the batsman there, not giving him any room. There's plenty of time for the batsman to... Bit shorter. Just played away on the offside, but no run.
Still 0 runs here off 3 balls. No runs.
Yeah, it's just assessing the conditions. The batsman comes in a bit shorter there on the leg side. Just couldn't quite whip that around and plays it straight into the ground for no run. Important here for Pembroke that the batsmen don't do anything rash and just lets that one go through. Oh, it's a good opening over there from DLR.
Yep.
The maiden. Nice way to start. They'll be happy with that. And Pembroke would be pretty happy as well, I think. You know, haven't lost a wicket. Everyone's just sort of feeling out the conditions and seeing how they go. It's Pranay Shrivastavar is the partner out there who's now going to face the second over. Just setting the field, looks a very conventional field.
A lot of fielders look very close in.
Yeah, they were there just to be quite attacking. Saved one. You bowler.
Oh,
Just let that one through.
still 0 runs, and it's been 1 over.
Yeah, the batsman having a good hard look. Seeing what the pitch is going to do. And how good the bowlers are. Just coming through again. Oh, he's bowling.
Just let that through again.
Yeah, the bowler's bowling quite a wide line. The batsman doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He's prepared to have a look. Bowler needs to make him play. Anyway, it comes through.
Ooh.
That's a bit better. Still quite a wide line, but just played off to the offside. No run. Batsman doesn't look very panicked. He looks pretty settled, just happy to have a look. Just
very calm there.
absolutely. He's gonna have That's a better ball by the bowler. The squeeze through for a run.
First run of the second innings.
Good run and good call there by the batsman.
Yep.
As you say, the first run on the scoreboard now. Batsman Harsh Dubé just taking guard. Taking a leg side guard. Leg stump guard, I should say. Good opportunity for this young man to be there for a while and score some runs for his team.
Oh, lovely shot down the
Yeah,
stunner.
protection down there and hit it towards mid-on. On the carpet, no run. Just have to see off this onslaught. Take the runs where they're on offer. Leave the other balls. Just defend them away. And last ball will be over.
Ooh. No.
Just played that out to the covers for no run. Just feeling their way, being very conservative here, Pembroke. So after 2 overs, the score is...
One off.
Is it one run for no wicket off 2 overs? So good start for DLR, but also a good start, you could say, for Pembroke as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, looks like M. Jacob, the captain, is going to proceed again, of course, as you'd expect. Just making some slight adjustments to the field here. Mid-on and mid-off and quite deep. Oh, and he edges that one through, but it gets through the keeper and the slip, and it runs down for a boundary. Ooh, wasn't very convincing, but it all looks good in the book.
Yeah.
So Prano now moves on to 5 of 5. Bit of a nervous shot that. Here we watch this again. There's sort of goes the first slip. Oh no, kind of second slip, but he wasn't there. Just went faster than he anticipated and he couldn't get a hand to it.
Yeah.
Do you ever fielding slip, Jake?
No, not really, but
Yeah.
sometimes.
Oh yeah. It's a tough position. Ball comes at you quite quickly. You have to have pretty good reflexes. They've made a change. They brought someone else into that position. And it's a very wide ball, almost off the pitch. Try to entice him to swing at that and maybe get a toe edge to the second slip fieldsman there, but not this time round. Good tight run there. Just dropped it at his feet. His partner called him through. He committed to it, which is what you want to see. And now they've got the 6-4 loss of no wicket. It's a better over so far for Pembroke. Bangs it in a bit short. Enticing Harsh to reach for that one a bit. Wasn't there to be hit. And no run. And yes, that's the shot that he was hoping to entice the batsman into.
It's a very unlucky shot.
Well, I think he was feeling a bit under pressure there. He'd faced 9 balls and hadn't scored, and it was a line ball between a wide and being a legal ball. And unfortunately, Harsh lost patience there from a Pembroke's point of view and towed it straight to behind the stumps. He watched the replay. Yeah,
Lovely ball there.
it was probably going to second slip, but the keeper was up, grab it out of the air, and in the end, it was a pretty soft dismissal for the keeper. Great work for DLR. They'd be very happy with that. And here we go. The run chase is already 1 wicket down for 7 in the 3rd over. This is not the start that Pembroke want. Batsmen need to show a bit of patience here. And who's coming out there? Is that Charlie? Can't see who the new batsman is. Oh, so it is Charlie. Good opportunity for Charlie to show his captain what he can do.
Oh. Stay.
Anyway, good over there for DLR. Made the breakthrough. The opener out for Neil. So they're 7 for 1 now. And they'd be delighted with that start. So not the start that Pembroke could want, hey Jake?
Yeah.
Yeah, just the batsman lost a bit of patience, I think. Chased the ball. But it was good bowling there by the DLR captain. He'd been aiming for that spot and trying to entice that batsman into playing that rash shot, and it paid off dividends. Okay, more adjustments to the field being made here. So they're bringing someone across from the leg side into the... So wide, you could almost say wide mid-off.
Oh.
Good ball, just defended back to the fielder for no run. I think from a Pembroke's point of view, Pranay now needs to dig in and be there for quite a few overs. Build a foundation here. Oh, very lucky inside edge there. Sent back by the partner. There's no run there. But very lucky not to play that one onto his stumps. It's in good encouragement for the bowler. Got to do something there. Here it comes again. Oh, well left there. Just coming down the off stump. About 6 stump sort of position and just left by the batsman. Oh, just lost his footing there. Quite rightly pulled out of the delivery and is going to go back and have another go at that. It's a dead ball.
Ooh.
So there's no boundary riders on either side of the wicket here. So there's runs to be scored there if you can penetrate the circle. The bowling's been pretty good and pretty tight though, so that's been very difficult to do. So he's bowling to his field. It's going to be a risky shot if the batsman goes for it, but just happy to let that one go through as well. He really wants to have a couple of balls where he makes the batsman play. At the moment, he's happy. The batsman's just happy to see those balls go through to the keeper. Yeah, that's pretty wide, and it's called it. So, another run to the total. But Jake, what I think it's important for Pembroke is just be patient.
Yeah. Just a few of the batsmen are just a little bit under pressure.
Yeah, but there's a lot of time left.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice shot, but it won't get past the ring, and good backing there by the fielders. And another over down. It's a fourth over down. It's 8 for the loss of 1. Still a bit breezy out here in Pembroke. The breeze has sort of picked up a little bit. It brings a bit of a chill in the air. It's going to make it difficult for the fielding side. You want to stay warm. Keep moving around, trying to keep those legs from stiffening up and those fingers from freezing. So if a catch does come your way, it doesn't feel like your fingers are going to shatter.
Ooh.
Oh, good connection, but straight to the square leg fielder. He did well to stop that. Charlie he's got a good hook shot there, or good pull shot. Just needs to play straight and keep the straight one out. Oh, it's wide. Well left. Yeah, that's miles wide. And batsman didn't want anything to do with that. Yeah, another wide one.
Another wide.
Yeah. Big shout there by the fielders for not quite sure why, but anyway, it's 2 wides in a row. And he gets a top edge on this one. It swings around behind the keeper and it slips, who chases it to the boundary just to see it go across the rope, and it's 4 runs.
Just look at the replay here.
Yeah.
Chips it off the top of his bat.
Yeah, top edge. Went through the shot fast enough, so he got enough power on that to send it down to the boundary, where it's a very fast outfield. So he's off the mark. 4 runs. Again, another one that he just clips down behind. For another 4, it's 2 in a row. So if you're going to slash hard. He hits the ball with a fair bit of power, Charlie. So it gives it half a chance. And they've moved a fielder down there now into the 3rd man position, just to stop the boundaries. And he smacks it out there on the offside in between 2 fielders. Picks up single. Nice shot, no risk. Brings him onto 9. Oh, nicely played. Just onto the ground, but no run. Fielder swooping on that. Good over for Pembroke so far. There's no need to panic. It's 11 from it. And lets that one go through to finish the over. So after 5-0, ooh, that was the replay, yep. They all look good in the scorebook, yeah. So after, was that the 5th over? Pembroke have moved on to 19 for 1. Charlie to take strike with this new bowler.
Ooh.
Hits it straight back to him.
Just dropped it there. He could have caught it, but he just
Yeah, I think he
dropped
played.
it.
I wonder if that's played it into the ground, or did he? I think he played it into the ground, but it's there to be hit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, call for a great straight down past the bowler. Single there every day. It's good batting. Rotating the strike. And Charlie moves on to 10, which is, good to see. He's batting well.
Oh, he just lets that through.
Yeah, he's happy just to, if he doesn't have to play it, he won't. Not while there's still lots of runs to be gathered, and also there's plenty of overs. He's playing very conservatively. So they're already up to 20. No need to panic. Oh, he plays on it. Ricochets off into the stumps. Oh dear.
Another 20 for 2.
Well, it's good great from a DLR point of view. Another breakthrough, just as a partnership was building. Sort of almost came off the batter's pads and he ricocheted it onto his own stumps. He'd be disappointed. He's been patient. If we watch this again. Goes for, okay, inside edge actually, yeah. Horrible way to go out. But from a DLR point of view, they'd be delighted. 2 wickets down now. Only 20 runs on the board. It's just a start that they wanted.
New batter comes in. Can't see what his name is there.
Yeah. One of the young guys for the team. I think they're just experimenting with the top order. It's a good opportunity for these two guys to put on a partnership here. Keep it simple. See ball, hit ball. Take the runs on offer. Rotate that strike. So it's a left-hander. So we have a left-hand, right-hand combination, which is always a little bit more difficult for the bowler to deal with, having to adjust his line potentially all the time. Yorker attempt there, well played, just defends that one out on the offside for no run. It's got plenty of time to have a look. This bowler's bowled well. He's in his 3rd over already. He's only conceded 3 runs for his wicket. Again, nicely played. Just squirts it out to the offside. And at the end of the over, you want to tell us the score, Jake?
24-2.
Excellent. Brilliant, mate. Yeah. Good fight back by DLR. I assume they're going to continue with this same bowlers. Oh no, looks like they're making a bowling change. They're having a bit of a conference out there. Yes, there is a bowling change by the looks of it. That's interesting. Just setting the field. Quite a conventional sort of field. The mid-wicket. Someone going back to a...
Now it's Charlie facing.
Yep, deep backward point.
Ooh.
Oh, slams that one in short. Charlie happy just to have a look at it and see it go through to the keeper. Keep his hands out of the way. He's not letting that second one get through. And he smacked that one down on the onside to the boundary. Sort of towards just before it gets to the cow corner. It's a lovely strike. Kept it on the ground, kept it low, and here we go. Watch this. Bang. Beautiful. Just pivots on the spot and punishes that ball. Yeah, it's a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Charlie been a quite effective batsman here.
Now they're 24-2.
You don't want to bowl that to Charlie too often. Oh, and unfortunately got underneath his defences. He should have played that one straight, but went across the line and it picked up leg stump. But a nice little cameo there, 14 off 10. But unfortunately from the Pembroke point of view, 3 wickets down. But from a DLR point of view, hey, it's 3 wickets down. Pembroke want to be careful here. There's a lot of runs to get. Oh, see, just enough to stay on line and get that leg stump. Anyway, I think it'll be interesting to see who the captain sends out as the next batsman. I think it might be, is it Koshal? Koshal? Yeah, this Koshal Sefi.
DRL are onto a good start.
Absolutely. Time for Pembroke to think really long and hard about this and start to build this partnership. Now, there's been some good bowling. There's been some loose batting, though. That was an unfortunate shot by Charlie. Should have just played that one straight back, but he thought he had that obviously in his arc, and it wasn't. It just came back too much and cracked him up. The opening batsman, Harsh Dubey, unfortunately played a rash shot and was caught. That's good. He kept that one out. It was a good Yorker. Good ball there by the bowler.
Yeah.
It's a good well, start to his spell. 4 off it, but he scored a wicket.
Wow.
Oh, and he's tried to hook that away, but
He just tried to smack it there, but just didn't work out.
yeah, I think he took his eye off the ball, thinking, "Oh, I've got this," like a lot of people do, and was looking to where he's going to hit it as opposed to hitting it. Oh, hey,
Might go
full
for a
toss.
single there.
Actually, quite a nice shot that. Just played it on the offside, a bit aerial, but he got in between fielders and picked up a single to get off the mark.
Now it's 25-3 now.
7 overs down. Bit of a shaky start from Pembroke. I don't think they wanted this, but good start from DLR. They'd be feeling pretty confident that they can get out the Pembroke batters for under 117. Anyway, we'll see how the game ebbs and flows and progresses. You could say, without seeing the worm or any other sort of technology, you could probably see that they're probably neck and neck at this stage.
I was going to do it, then I didn't realise they were taking so long out there.
Well, some of the technology. Yeah, Pembroke are slightly slower, but 3 wickets down, so it's not too far off where DLR were at this stage of the match. What's going to be important now is partnerships, which is one thing that DLR really didn't do, but they still were able to get to 116. Pembroke need to think about one or two good partnerships here. Still quite a way to go.
And we play have one where it's all partnerships that cricket doesn't seem to have.
It's still 87 runs, I think, they get. And
I need 92 now.
left there, it's a wide. Yeah, so looks like the opening bowler has changed ends. Captain Jacob. Just struggling to find his radar line here. That's a bit better.
Oh, he just tried to swing it there.
Yeah. Got a bit of bounce. Looking for that sort of edge to the keeper. Kashel Safi, who fires it back. Lucky it's a misfield and they pick up one.
Went for a single there.
Well, it's his first game of the season and he's playing the way he normally plays, but he's finding the gap. He's not going to be tied down by this bowling attack, which is probably not a bad thing. You know, if your natural game is to be aggressive, then that's not the worst thing. He's not doing anything super risky. And the fielders are quite deep, actually, especially behind the bowlers. So there's a single there every day of the week.
Ooh, just let that.
Drifting down leg. Yeah, it's difficult when you've got a lefty and a righty out there. That's a better ball. Just defends it around the corner. No run.
Another 27 for 3.
This batsman's still yet to get off strike.
I'd have been on camera doing it, though.
Oh, they appeal for something, and the umpire says, "What was that for?"
A noise.
There was a noise, but it wasn't bat on ball. Anyway, it's troubling the batsman a bit here. Just well defended. There's a good Yorker there. Just played it away nicely. Soft hands. Survives another over. Hasn't got off the mark yet, but that's no problem. Keep the good ones out. And Jake, thanks for helping us, mate. Thanks for sticking around and getting us through the power play.
You come later on?
Hopefully we'll hear more from Jake a bit later on in the day. It's good to have a perspective of some of our young stars. Well, it's not quite the start that Pembroke had hoped. They have...
I think the important thing for Pembroke here now is to consolidate. They have certainly plenty of overs in which to chase this target down. And one would say that if Kashel plays his natural game in 4 or 5 overs, they may just have broken the back of this.
Yeah. Oh, wild one down the leg side. The keeper couldn't get to it. Looks like it's going to go all the way down for 4 byes.
5 wides.
5 wides even. Sorry. Wow. Just tried a bit too hard there, I think, the bowler. He's looking at his hands going, what happened there? So...
It's all right. I'm I'm trying to see if I can get the other ear to
Oh
work
yeah,
as
it
well.
all goes a bit funny sometimes with technical issues. Well, I've had one good ball, which was an inside edge onto the stumps, but unfortunately the other 2 wickets are kind of Pembroke had got themselves out.
Charlie was done by a slower ball.
Yeah, and it was just swung in enough just to cramp him up, and he played across the line and took out leg stump. But he had a good cameo, got 14 off 10.
Lovely 4 over
Yeah.
to mid wicket.
Oh, it's,
Really got hold of that one, put it away.
that's encouraging for him. Start of the season, just to get better and better as your opportunities arise.
It's nice,
Oh, we thought that was there to be hit.
nice to show the skipper what you're capable of as well. And
Well-
fair play to the skipper for putting him in at number 3. Tricky place to go in.
Yeah. Especially when there's been early breakthroughs, and 2 years ago you'd never picked up a cricket bat in your life.
Played away, out to point.
Good fielding there.
Do you remember your first cricket bat?
Yeah, I do. My first cricket bat must have been about 10. It was a horrible thing. It had, that. Do you remember those ones that had like a fiberglass coating on it? You ever see those really?
No, that must be an
Oh,
Australian thing.
yeah. It was one of those. It wasn't a real bat, I don't think. It's more like a bat/toy bat. But they used to wrap it like almost wrap the wood in the bat with this almost fiberglassy. No, it was almost like gaffer tape,
Okay.
but it's a big sheet of it.
Mm.
And so it's obviously to stop the cheap bats from splitting, so you don't bang them in or anything. But yeah, but I never really had any nice grey nickels. Oh, lifted it up straight to the fielder there. Very soft dismissal. Oh, he'd be devastated with that.
He's just played it right into the midriff of Captain Jacobs. He's held on to it. And that's the end of Kushal Safi. He got 2 wickets in his first over. He got 2 runs in his batting. And here it is. It's out there. He just played it, if anything, a little early onto the shot and got underneath it. But again, he does have a propensity to playing those balls into the air, and until he sorts that out, he's going to find himself dismissed on times like that.
Yeah, he's couldn't have said it better myself. A lot of guys, when they get in the nets, they love to hit the ball up and up and up and up. And there's something to be said about, also practicing getting them on the carpet. It takes out the catch dismissal. And unfortunately now Pembroke find themselves in a fair bit of trouble here. 4 down for 33, or 33 for 4. And you've got to be careful. A bit of panic might set in here. There's a long way to go before they get to this total. They run this total down.
The right man has come to the crease. It's the captain himself, Captain Nair. He's come out to show his teammates to lead from the front, he hopes. He'd like nothing more than to put a good partnership together here now. Tawari, of course, was the one who took that magnificent catch on the railway line side of things. And the captain lets this one go down the leg side. Bowler has a strangled appeal and then looks aggrieved. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be caught off the arm. Did well to keep his hands away from that, actually, as it went around down the leg side, around his body. Yeah, a big responsibility on the captain now. He needs a captain's knock.
And you and I both know, James, that can bring a lot of pressure itself.
Yeah.
You sort of look at yourself going in at number 6 and then look after yourself in the order and you think, oh, if I don't do it as captain, how can I give out to the rest of them later?
That's it, And it's hard to to clear your mind and just go out there with the right mindset to bat, not worrying about other things. But again, another good opportunity for the captain here, Prashant, to put a good knock together, show the rest of his team how to do it. He's a confident man. He's got a good technique. He's in pretty good form this season so far.
Well, the important thing, and And the classy thing to do is to come up with runs when your side really need it. And they do now. 2 new batsmen at the crease, 33 for 4. And a long
Lovely little just nudge around the corner there. That was a beautiful little shot. All the way down to the boundary for 4. Wow, that's actually quite a delicate little nudge. It was nice.
deft touch down the leg side. Brings 4 runs. And a welcome 4 runs it is for Pembroke too.
And also for the batsman. It gets him off the duck, the dreaded duck, and puts a score against his name.
Captain Jacobs now comes into bowl. Well kept out. Very wristy defensive shot.
I've actually been impressed by Tawari here. He's hasn't panicked at all, and he's just been very, very patient, just keeping out the good ball. If he can keep this temperament going, he'll be a good foil for his captain.
Well left, going through to the keeper. Still a little early in the season for cutting and pulling, in my opinion. However, when you see some of the shots that are played these days.
Oh, it's nicely kept out.
Bouchan today, his wicket fell to a reverse sweep.
He loves that shot, though.
He does, doesn't he?
And
he practices it as well.
Yeah.
And it's the modern game, and I'd only seem like the old fuddy-duddy I am if I was to complain about these weird and wonderful shots.
the trouble is, it's one of the most high-risk shots you can possibly ever do. Now, when it comes off, it's brilliant, but there's the margin for error.
Yeah.
You know, but more, I suppose you could say in his defence, he gets more runs off them than failures. But you just need that one failure, and that's it. You know.
Well, I have to say one of the best, almost in the world now, of playing that shot, those laps and those reverse sweeps and those scoops, our very own Lorcan Tucker.
Oh yeah.
He's exasperated me at times getting out to those deliveries, but when it comes off, my goodness, it looks good. And I saw more of it again this week here in the Interprovincial Series. Oh, some of the batting. Andy Valburney, it was an absolute joy to watch him bat.
Oh, he's so graceful. He's got such class.
And he seemed to have time. And that to me is the secret. And the Leinster Lightning top 5 were just exceptional all week. They really were. And it was good to see them in such form. They've got the Pakistan series coming up very shortly. 3 T20s in Pakistan. And if you're looking for a seat, may I suggest the one in front of the television, because the ground is entirely sold out. There'll be some atmosphere at those games, James.
Oh, absolutely. There's a big contingent for both teams in Ireland, and I think it's going to be very exciting. Paul Sterling was also in excellent form as well, so that bodes well for the Irish side.
Well,
you bring a couple of half centuries.
You bring Paul Sterling in for Tim Tector, and there's your top 4.
Actually,
Pembroke.
Well,
This is breaking news.
no, this isn't breaking news. We're suggesting the top 4 for Ireland.
Actually, I know you're not talking about the match at hand, and annoyed Prashanth when he goes to actually watch this back. Good defence shot there, Prashanth. But you might have a bit of an inside track on this. Why isn't Tim Tector selected for Ireland in the past? Because he looked in really good nick this week.
He has done. He also had 2 half centuries.
Yeah.
And he was an absolute joy to watch. He was player of the game in that victory over the Northern Knights yesterday afternoon. He played absolutely fabulously for his 69 runs. He looked very good. As for why he's not getting that, who do you drop? Andy Balburney or Paul Sterling?
Well, who I would drop I'd drop Dockrell.
Oh,
Yep.
Controversial.
No, Dockrell hasn't done hardly anything for the last 12 months, in my opinion, compared to the others. So I'd say, well, thanks very much. We know we've got your phone number. We'll let you know when we need you. But here you go, Tim. Have a go.
Well, Dockrell does bring the addition of his left arm bowling.
Yeah, when they use it. But
Well-
they don't obviously use, I mean, he's like a, third change bowler.
Well, if you're looking for a 6th or a 7th bowler, and his bowling this week was quite good, it would be hard to drop George at the moment.
I know it's a good problem to have, but I just think that, any one of these guys, it's like if you have 2 games that are quite average, why don't you swap some guys in and out?
Well,
Just saying.
just saying. No, that's what we want here is good open debate without
Because
rancor. Or sometimes you go on social media and there's all sorts of shouts for people to be dropped and almost publicly hung.
No, I mean, because I don't think George Dockrell is a bad player at all. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is,
Give somebody else a chance.
he's in.
He was well in.
He is well in.
No, do you have those run-out cameras running?
Bit of a stutter there from the
not mine.
batsman here, but it's a bit of a late call in the starter. And yeah, but he got there in the
Time to
end.
get going.
But he was in. Should have put your bat down a bit earlier, mate. Would be
It's
my
closer than I
advice.
thought it was.
Yeah,
Still in, but
run your bat in next time, Prashant.
yeah, so closer than we thought. But yes, the makeup of the Irish team in this Pakistan series, of course, will be a fairly obvious pointer to what's going to come for the World Cup. But Tim Tector could very well come into that equation, even in a squad of 15 or 17. I'm not sure what the squad size is for the World Cup. It might be 17, and he may make that. Another one who I feel will almost certainly be part of that squad is Neil Rock. He's the obvious backup to Lorcan Tucker, and it's very unfortunate to have somebody as good as Lorcan in front of him.
Yeah, I was impressed by Neil Rock in his recent tour of Nepal. I think he had at least one really good innings there, and it was a pretty good captain. You're right. Unfortunately for him, he just happens to be coming through on golden time for Irish cricket.
Yeah.
That's going to be, it's a bit like, spinners in Australia when Shane Warne was there. It's like, well, how do you break into that side? There's nothing wrong with you, but it's just like you're not Shane Warne.
Yeah.
And going back to Lorcan Tucker, I must admit, ever since his big knock in that World Cup in Melbourne, in the MCG, he's just been going from strength to strength. The way he has developed his batting, you can see why he was coming in at number 3 in the interprovincials.
Oh, very much so. And he does so for Ireland as well.
Yeah.
He has a sense of timing that is certainly the envy of me, and I'm sure not just me. Some of his flicks and shots just look so graceful. Himself and Andy both in top form. And then, of course, we're not mentioning the guy who's been ranked as high as number 5 in the world in ODIs, and that's Harry Tector.
Harry Tector's phenomenal.
And another one who just seems, certainly in the last few days, just seemed to have so much time. And it was amazing to watch the Leinster Lightning going out to bat. It was an excellent festival. There were very few close last over games, but there was very good talent on show.
Oh, without a doubt, it was absolutely an amazing sort of festival to watch. And again, appealing for caught behind, but it didn't actually get off any bat there. When you speak of timing there, it was very interesting. I was thinking the same thing because Andy
Well
Bell...
done, Charlie. Good night, mate.
Good night, mate. Andy Balburney out for 2 in his very first appearance in the interprovincial, but it's almost like he just went through the shot too quick. So obviously, yeah, it seemed to me like the rest of it was like, okay, just wait now, wait for the ball, because he's probably used to a faster bowling attack sometimes coming onto him, being an international player. And that's what it looked like. He just thought, oh, my God, I went through the shot just too quick. But the rest of it was absolutely a gem to watch.
You could actually see professional cricketers, the Ireland players, the Ireland squad players, it's their fitness and their attitude and the way they approach those interprovincials. It was just very professional, and it was heartening to see the Ireland stars actually looking like stars.
Yeah.
The other pleasing aspect was seeing people coming through. Matthew Humphreys, left-arm spinner from the NCU, he's still impressed me. His figures weren't brilliant, but his composure and willing to take on the batsman, I certainly was pleased with. Cade Carmichael had a super knock against the Leinster Lightning.
Oh, he was very impressive.
74 from 44 he scored. He was very good, and another one that caught the eye. And something else that caught my eye was the amount of people who have turned boundary fielding into a specialised spot, and you kept seeing the same guys again and again taking on that role. That's out. That's another wicket. And Pembroke are finding themselves in deep, deep trouble now. 38 for 5. We're talking about the Island Stars, but here at Sydney Parade, well, the wickets are falling, and some gentlemen are going to go home as stars to their families after tonight's performance. Here it is again, going around the wicket.
It's got too much bounce on it, and he
just
glided it through to the keeper, didn't he? Good take.
Niall, if you just play that one again, and not for the sake of the bowler, but for the sake of our viewer. If you watch this dark patch about 2/3 of the way up, the ball hits that, and I think it behaves differently as a result, and it goes through to the keeper, off the edge of the bat, and that is a fabulous wicket. That is pleasing on any cricket field, but mostly pleasing for the DLR side, who now, having only scored 116, would feel that they're very much in the box seat here. Live scoring just taking a moment to catch up with us. Sorry, James, you were about to say.
No, I totally agree. I think now DLR would be thinking it's our game. It's our game to lose. This has been a good bowling attack and a disappointing batting performance by Pembroke. A couple of guys have gone out quite softly and cheaply here. Andy Hill now out there, the very capable batsman. It's going to be a good challenge for him as well. And he plays that one nicely, just out to the offside. No run. Looks like the fielder just trying to run over the bowler there. Yeah, these two now, both on 0, really need to knuckle down.
Well, the same way Mohammed came out for them. And he turned the game around, and even the Pembroke captain, Nair, at the break said he felt he'd let them get 20 or 30 runs more than they should have, but they should really be able to chase down 116, and at the moment they're making a poor fist of it. Andy Hill plays this one down to mid-on. He'll just take the single. The ball will be thrown somewhere in the same county as the wicket-keeper. And suddenly that cold breeze is picking up, and the clouds off to the west, looking slightly less friendly. I don't know what the DLS would be, but I can tell you Pembroke would be behind on it. There's no doubt about that. I don't think there is DLS at this level.
No, there isn't.
Well, maybe the rain will come to Pembroke's rescue.
Well, what's interesting is that it's the batting lineup that the captain's put out there, because on paper he's got more technically correct batters in the shed still to come out, who would traditionally be openers, or at least the top 4. So maybe it's an experiment early on in the season just to see how particular batters are performing. But
he's giving guys an opportunity.
Yeah, because I can't remember his full name, but Ranga, he's actually an opening batsman.
Sorry, just when you said that,
yeah,
I suddenly thought it's pronounced Andrew. But yes, Ranga, you mentioned to me at Nets, is traditionally an opening batsman who'd be there to see off the openers, and he's still in the shed. But Prasanth Nair, he's willing to give guys a chance. He put Charlie Verbrek in at number 3. Charlie repaid that with 14. And let's be honest, if everybody in the side got 14, Pembroke would see themselves home quite handily.
Yeah. No, I can't fault that. And this is a good opportunity for both him and Andy to knuckle down, get some runs themselves.
Andy, you wouldn't have spent too much time at nets. Lots of appeals. The umpire is unmoved. Lots of seagulls. Lots of pleading. Still going towards the umpire.
I think if Andy had a hit that, or we thought he hit it, he'd walk.
Oh, he would anyway.
Yep. He knows he hasn't
We've played
hit
with
that.
Andy for a few years, and he would
Yeah,
get himself off. He's tapping his hip. He's saying that hit me on the hip.
Yeah.
But you notice he waited until after the umpire and the appealing was all finished before he said it.
Yeah.
He was well aware of where it hit him.
Oh,
And this time, he may have just done somebody. The umpire not signalling by as that came off the edge of the bat.
well, it's flirting with a bit of danger here, but it's coming off his way.
And I think the umpire just saying to him, look, I gave you not out. I didn't need to see the signal of it hit me on the thigh. I thought Andy did really well to wait until the umpire's call was absolutely obvious. Even the appealing had calmed down.
Yeah. Well, Andy would be happy to be off the mark. It's always a great feeling to have.
Oh, just get away from the dreaded duck.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Shantha
God.
needs to be patient here, though. He's struggling to get the ball off the mat, off the pitch. But he's playing well.
He's doing what's needed at the moment. They're a third of the way there. The run rate required is still only 2.91. I mean,
Yeah.
they might, if they stay for the 26 overs remaining, they may get it in extras anyway. But it's all about losing wickets, and Pembroke have done that far too many times.
Yep.
Veerasamy, that is, completing his first over. He just goes for the one run. I know that's not his name, and thank you very much for letting us know. The scorers did try to, but at this stage, I'm working off the live scoring. And if that's the name that pops up in front of me, it's the one I'm going to use. And I apologise for any I get wrong, and I apologise for my pronunciation of all names.
Ditto.
However, we go with what we were. I'm not going to try and remember that name actually means a different name.
No, we can't do that.
This is my seventh game in 4 days. So at this stage, if I can take a shortcut with live scoring, I will take a shortcut with live scoring. I have no notes in front of me. I have no team lists. We just go with what we have. But thank you very much for getting in touch. We knew that the batsman wasn't Veerasamy, but we also weren't prepared to change it.
Got some good bounce there, the bowler. Just enticed Andy to having a shot and just got a bit more lift than he anticipated. Yeah, played that one well. Just keep out the good ball.
One gets the feeling, without having seen a sight of the starring lists, that this is possibly a player who plays more on the firsts of DLR than the seconds. He batted well earlier, and he's quite accurate and decent pace with his bowling.
Yeah, you would expect to have someone from their first team in the 1.2 coming down the play for this game. I'm not sure where DLR, their first team, what division they're in.
We don't really do much research, do we?
Well, yeah.
The games come thick and fast.
They do come thick and fast.
And we have
sometimes.
9 to 5 jobs as well. Or 8 to 4.
That's a good challenge here for Andy.
He'll relish the chance to being in with plenty of overs to go. So many times he's gone out with 2-3 overs to go and has had to throw the big bat out far too early.
He's doing well here. Showing some character. Not being intimidated by the good bowling. Just waiting for that loose one to come.
Thayagarajan enjoying his spell from the St. John's end.
And well kept out. Good over there for DLR. And that should be the end of that fourth over. So he's halfway through his allocation, the bowler. And after, 15, Pembroke are grinding to a halt and struggling there. 40 for the loss of 5. Nothing to do now but rebuild, start, reset.
It's amazing.
Keep you cool.
When you think of how many runs the Northern Knights scored in 20 overs and how many runs Leinster chased down in 20 overs, and you just think to yourself, it's the same field here, and these players are of equal talent, just like they were at
It's
the
all relative.
Pros. It's all relative, and yet here we are, 40 for 5, and absolutely the same struggle for both teams. Neither team's batsmen, and I said it so many times over the last 3 days, but once you get yourself in on this wicket, you can make runs. It's the staying in long enough to come up, and suddenly the ball seems a bit bigger, the bowlers seem a little bit slower, you're in time, your timing's working well, and you're squeezing the ball away and taking your runs, and suddenly you feel good. And that's not happening here. There just seems to be a paralysing sense of doom at the moment around the Pembroke batting.
Well, I suppose to be fair, when you've got 5 down, it sort of helps putting you in that mindset. And to be fair too, the bowling's been quite good. DLR are actually putting good pressure on Pembroke. They're showing their class as a bowling unit. But yeah, sooner or later you're going to have to start either throwing a bat or, changing your stance or doing something to allow you to just get that ball through the ring, just keep the bowler guessing a bit. Now, of course, we keep saying there's still a long way to go, 24 plus overs, but how do you get yourself out of the test cricket mindset? How do you start to, okay, do I need to now move across to the offside and play it on the leg side, or just something to mix it up, or do I go back into my crease or come forward, or, open my stance or something?
That is exactly the one I talk about, James, is I slightly open my stance. It puts me into a more hitting position, and then you're looking to be positive. But because you're in the right position, you try not to lose your timing by trying to go too hard. And you're looking for 4s, not 6s necessarily.
Well, I suppose the counter argument to all this as well is that the last thing they need is... Oh, there you go. The last thing they need is 6 wickets down for 40,
Yep.
There you go. That's a bit of positive. A double.
But that's it. Just take the runs that are offered to you.
Take 2 runs there. He was off the mark at last. Took him 22 balls, but he's off the mark. But he's doing what he needs to do. He's staying in. Every ball's going to come a bit easier.
And that's it exactly. Maybe now he's seeing it right, and he saw that one on his legs, and and nice that he just played it away rather than trying to. Oh, here's one I can try and hit for 6.
Yeah.
So he did very well there. It does sound very close, doesn't it? Ball thudding against the wood in the nets. Well,
again though, we're in a sort of a bit of a low stage of the game here. Just kind of, who's going to blink first, sort of a game of chicken.
That's it, 4 overs to drinks, and how DLR would love to go in there with Pembroke, perhaps 1 or even 2 wickets further down, and how Pembroke would love to get there, say, even just 10 runs from 4 overs, just to get them back into this game. Yeah. They're not that far behind on run rate. That's certainly not going to be an issue. Andy Hill trying to go for the one down the leg side, but they get the run anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, the runs rate required, look, 3.12. That's nothing to worry about at this stage. Certainly shouldn't be anyway.
Yeah, if they can be close to the 60 run mark, then I feel like, we're halfway there. And, we're on a downhill slope now. So it's just patience and patience. I think Andy and Prashant are actually doing quite well here, even though they're struggling to get runs.
Nicely played by Hill, just dropping that one down. Had no intent of scoring a run off it.
I get the feeling that DLR are throwing their best bowlers at them at the moment.
Well, they feel that if they could take that 1 or 2 more before drinks, then they'll be able to close it out with their, shall we say, change bowlers.
Oh, went for the big shot on the offside, got the edge, but he picks up a run.
That's another good run for Pembroke. 44 now. Finishing line still looks a long, long way away. I have to say, the dark clouds I saw off to the west have slipped down the Liffey Valley quite beautifully, avoiding us here in Sydney Parade. We still do have what I would call an icy breeze. It's only a slight breeze, but I still am glad for the duvet I'm wearing.
Yeah, it's quite crisp.
And even.
Mm.
Oh, it's dreadfully short. Only getting up to chest high. Ends the over. But a bit of excitement. Put that one in very short.
Yeah, it's at the end of 17. It's 44 for the loss of 5. Just clawing back as many runs as they can. As you can see on the worm, they're really sort of struggling here to find some runs. But more importantly, no more wickets have gone down.
Well, the good news about that worm chart, as vertical as the DLR line is, they did only use 31 overs. And Pembroke do have the full complement of 40 to reach that target. That was the batting card that flashed in and out, nothing to write home about. And the wickets quite evenly spread around. But look at that economy rate. And that's the difference at the moment. So Andy Hill to face Veerasamy. Plays it round on the leg side, calls the captain through. There'll be a quick run there, and it's well taken, well backed up as well. Let's see if we can't get this last 3 and a bit overs before tea. Let's see if something happens for Pembroke.
Second tee?
Oh, not tea.
Yeah, drinks.
You drink.
Oh,
You drink what you want.
wow,
I'll
that
drink
was... he's been given LBW. Yeah, it was... I looked at that and it's like, well, that looks like it's in front of off stump. Ooh. And it was
Oh.
given. It was. He struggled with the ball.
He's
Here we
not
go.
happy with the decision, but here it is now.
I thought it was in front of off. Look at this, comes in.
Now, my first...
Bang. Oh.
Yeah, he's out LBW, and I don't have any argument with that. But the first appeal seemed to be for a caught behind until the wicketkeeper put it down,
Yeah.
and then the umpire gave it out because it was out.
Yeah, they didn't appeal for the right thing then. I
Yeah.
think they appealed for caught behind as
But
opposed
they
to
appealed,
LBW.
and it was given out, and he's on his way, and I think he was out LBW there. I think
Yeah.
that's crashed into his front pad, and the umpire had no choice other than to send him on his way, and that is that 6th wicket. That was out. No, it wasn't.
No, it's
It's LBW.
Yeah. So just clarifying that with
With the crowd.
the crowd that's here. Yes. Now, that's not what Pembroke wanted. We talked about this just prior to drinks. They will be here. We watch this again.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that at all.
No. I think that's quite.
Pitched outside off, hit him in line, and was going on to hit the stumps.
I think he's more surprised when he turned around and saw it. It's like, what?
But
anyway.
he's probably saying I didn't touch it because
Yeah.
he probably thought he'd been given out caught behind. But no, LBW, and he's on his way. And now Ranga comes in, and great to see him coming in. Traditionally, I think you said he's an opening batsman.
Yeah.
He certainly has a very colourful bat handle there, bright orange, and blue gloves.
And slightly looks like someone's had black pads and scraped all the black off.
Yeah.
Just anyway, fashion's not his thing. Let's see what he can do. Left-hander. Yeah,
course.
straight away off the mark.
Of course, the other thing that we're witnessing here is history making. This season, of course, is the last time you'll see people in whites playing cricket
In Ireland.
in Ireland, except maybe if the test team organise home tests
They'll be,
at
new,
home.
they'll be New Ivories, won't they?
This one just going down the leg side.
The return of the first class game.
And he come out Ireland in their lovely beige.
Well, make the most of it while you can. There's just something very genteel about everybody wearing white. Andy Hill playing a nice shot, keeping that one out, just squeezing it out on the leg side. And I thought it made the game far more open to people because all you had to say was just find something white to play in. I've got grey tracksuit. Is that okay? Was one I've heard on more than one occasion.
Yeah.
And it was okay, by and large.
It's bowling a good line here. Not giving Andy any room to swing.
Well, but Andy, once again, doing exactly the right thing, just keeping him out. Runs will come, Pembroke. You just have to hang around.
Just keep grinding away.
We'd like to apologise to the wives and partners of the team today, just because they're obviously going to spend the rest of their Saturday night watching YouTube as their husbands go and analyse the game. And if you are doing that, stop now.
Yes. And your partner doesn't want to hear all your negative, like,
If onlys.
If onlys. They don't care.
Just be grateful they let you out on a Saturday to come and play this wonderful game of ours.
Yep.
And give them the rest of your day. The review can wait until Sunday, honestly. Sunday here, of course, we'll see the second 11 taking on Leinster. A Leinster side that features the return after a year's break of one Sam Streak. We look forward to welcoming Sam and his teammates down as they come down to take on Joe Prendergast and his Star-Spangled Seconds. That'll be a cracking game. Let's hope we have better weather for it, although the forecast is for more of this. I'm looking forward to the day that we take the coat off.
Well, I suppose the good thing about it is that it's dry.
Oh, yep.
So it's almost...
James there going for the ultimate commentator's curse. He's trying to save the fifths from defeat. Oh, that's a nice shot round the corner, but it's taken, and that is such a shame because he does look like a batsman. And he took that one on and just lifted it to square leg, and the catch was taken, and Pembroke now 7 down, James. Where do they go from here?
Well, that is the question. You know, there's 2 now. 2 have fallen since we last said let's not have 2 fall between now and drinks. Wow, this is a pretty big bear pit that they've fallen into, and it's going to be difficult to dig yourself out of this. You know, probably the best thing to do is to stop digging. What do you do now? You've got 20-something overs to go, but you've lost 6 of your best batsmen. Or is it 7?
7 now.
7 now. So Aiton, number 9 comes out now.
I mean, on the positive side, what time is it, folks?
Well, it's, again, to the partners, it's almost 5 o'clock.
Still half an hour till kick-off. We could yet get to see the rugby.
Yeah, there's always a silver lining to everything, isn't there? If you can find it. But again, what I think, regardless of what the result ends up by being, this is an opportunity for these lower order Pembroke batsmen to get some time in the middle, to get some confidence up, to build whatever they can scrape together, play the ball on its merits. This is the best net session they're going to have so far.
Show the captain you should be further up the order.
Yeah.
That was always my thought.
Paranjo looks like Paranjo Dubé's come out to bat. He's capable. He's a bit rash sometimes and a bit loose. And I'm sure we'll see that. Oh.
Well, Hill calls him through for the bye. Keeper making a hash of that one.
Yeah, he's not anticipating the balls that are coming down leg, but, quite rightly, he shouldn't have to.
Ashley Balboni making his way to what I think will be a swift half to watch the rugby. Well
played by Andy. Looks like a slower one straight on the stumps. He just played it down into the ground. It's good, Andy. He's just, it's slow, but he's getting some good exposure out there in the middle. Showing some good patience and good mental stamina. He actually played it all right. You thought he would have gone for the big hook shot. And they're going for the second. Will he make it? Yep. Ground his bat in. A well-needed 2. It brings him on to 49.
Well, Andy Hill moves on to 6. And if Pembroke are to reach this total, you get the feeling he's going to have to be around for a fair bit yet. There's still 21 overs to go.
Oh, that's nearly good. That's an
Andy
interesting
leaving the bat out there a very long way. And that concludes that over, and there are 21 remaining and still 68 required. Pembroke yet to reach the half century. Hardly any wind here now in Sydney Parade. There's certainly no sun, but plenty of good light. The sun obviously above those clouds, lighting them up. Saw one of the most amazing things on one of those Facebook clickbait things of putting bottles of water with just a touch of bleach in them into shantytown roofs, and it provides such light inside, like
Oh,
a
really?
60-watt battery. It's absolutely fabulous.
Wow.
Amazing the stuff you pick
People
up
come
when
up with. Here we
Yeah.
go.
you're wasting time on the internet.
You navigated that one quite well. Played around to a square leg for no run. Just needs to be patient here. He loves to play his shots, Paranjo.
He loves to smack the ball in the nets, you mean?
Yep.
Well,
Well
the
run.
fielders did the fielding with the feet, and that left the two of them in a position where they couldn't get it back quickly enough, and Andy Hill snatched the opportunity to take the single, and that does bring up a half century for Pembroke. It's been a hard slog, though, isn't it, James?
Oh, it's been like
Not
watching
just for the
paint dry.
players. Andy Hill with the straightest of bats just plays that one back. I see Sydney Parade royalty on the ground now. Henry Ty also coming down to watch the Leinster game. Henry, who's stalwart of both Monkstown and Pembroke. He's the only man I know who's been president of both clubs.
That's impressive. Don't wait a bit too long there for a call.
Oh, there's...
It's ricocheting all over the ground at the moment.
It's interesting how he got back to the bowler. Andy Hill doing a good job here.
Yeah, it's a little bit like going to the dentist without anaesthetic, though, isn't it? It's just... It's actually really good to watch that he's surviving and he's keeping out the good balls, etc. But
that's what I like, is that he's not just defending for the sake of defending. He's keeping out the balls he considers to be a risk. If he sees a risk-free shot, you know Andy Hill will take it on. But at the moment, he's giving the bowlers a lot of respect. And Pembroke find themselves at drinks, 50 for 7. James, do you want to wrap up that 20 overs for us? And then we'll take a short break.
yeah, so it's been a struggle for Pembroke, and DLR have actually done very, very well. They can't believe their luck, I'm sure. But anyway, we'll leave you for a few minutes through our few messages from our sponsors. And we'll be back once the drinks break is over, and we look forward to your company then.
works.
That's the brown ones. That's just those ones there. The guys should be talking to those guys up there. See you in half an hour. No, very kindly showing you the worm. You don't need me to decode that for you. You see that Pembroke are in a bit of trouble. 50 for 7, just 3 wickets left. And Paranjay Dubé has joined Andrew Hill. Andy, of course, was subject to a late fitness test. And he'd been helping move one of the sight screens from the nursery end back down to the St John's end after the interprovincials during the week. And unfortunately, he made the mistake of standing on the inside and getting run over by one of the bars. And that really will have, well, strained, bruised his calf, Achilles, that area. Just awful, awful place for it to happen. And it really does hurt, I can tell you. Anyway, I won't make that mistake again. And I suspect Andy Hill never will as well. So, Pembroke find themselves still needing 67 runs from 20 overs. It is a run rate of 3.35. Jacob has brought himself on from the St John's end. As DLR look to apply more and more pressure. Just 3 wickets away from victory now.
I was going to say, I'd really like to think that the number of overs left is irrelevant. The number of wickets left.
Well, certainly in the number of wickets is the important figure. Paranjay not entirely sure where he'd played that one to. It shot away to square leg. Another dot ball. But these don't, as Niall says, don't really matter. And they take the run. Fielder flings it in with some force. Keeper does well to take that one-handed. Neat job, sir. Here comes the coffee girl. They're not as beautiful as they used to be. Nicely played away to third. They'll be looking for 2 this time. They'll be hoping this one runs away to the boundary, and it doesn't. It gets pulled up just ahead. But they will take 2, and that's a very welcome 2. And you're hearing applause from the Pembroke sidelines for every single run that's being scored now. 53 for 7. And Andy Hill has moved on to 8. And again, he's doing just the sensible things. What I said may have been ruder than I meant it to be. So when you listen back to it... Okay, that's good news. Well, Andy Hill trying to shovel that one out on the leg side. Came back, that's the shot he wanted to play. If you just open my bag there, yep, and look down the front. Ta-da! Yeah, Mars bar. Was it a Mars a day? It helps you work, rest and play. You know who wrote that? Murray Walker. That was Murray Walker's catchphrase. He was an advertising executive, and he came up with the catchphrase, a Mars a day helps you work, rest and play. Well, I think it's still on the label.
In between him getting off the ceiling when he was
Yes, he was a brilliant commentator, and you could tell that he loved his sport.
With this and the coffee, I'm actually starting to feel warm.
I actually think the temperature has risen since the breeze has sort of given us respite. Well, no, you've got to move your slide up.
No, I think you've just gone numb, Craig.
Barangay looking to guide that one just down to third. Not a bad shot to take on. Sometimes the pace of the bowler is his own worst enemy. Slower ball, and that's the one he plays down to third. And Andy Hill is well awake to the opportunity, and he takes it, and it's another single. 54. And Pembroke now just 5 runs away from halfway, but still just those 3 wickets remaining.
Well, these two are looking good since the drink break. Just edging, scraping out those singles as much as possible. Given out, yep.
Yeah,
I missed that completely.
I didn't think there was much argument. I think that hit him on the back leg. Andy Hill is going with a handshake. So he's on his way. That's the 8th one down. And the chances of us seeing the Leinster game once again go up. Many thanks to the 9 of you who have remained with us until kick-off at least.
The 9 DLR supporters.
Well, what a remarkable...
Oh, I think Andy a little hard done by there. I only say that because on that look, just play that again, no? You watch this. Tell me if you think Andy could consider himself a little hard done by.
Maybe down leg.
Maybe.
Hit on his back leg, but his back leg was outside leg.
Yep, well.
Okay.
But again, the umpire has given it out, and he accepted the decision with the grace that cricketers traditionally do. They can take out all their frustrations once they get back to the dressing room. But at this occasion, Andy left the field without rancour and without anger.
Well, I suppose he leant forward, he reached forward with his, front foot across the pads, across the stump, so that's the only thing that may...
Well, that's the other thing. It may have clipped his front pad on the way through to the back pad,
Yeah.
in which case he was dead in front, and thanks very much, tell his story walking.
Yeah. Anyway, DLR would be thinking that's our game now, definitely, It's going to be some sort of comeback to pull this out of the fire.
You keep saying DLR are going to win, and I'm looking at the weather going, why? You really think we're going to need to... Mixing up my DLRs and my DLSs.
Yep. Funny old game, cricket. When you think it's going to be a bit easy, a good bowl in the attack. Ooh. There's a real pep in the step of the DLR players here, and so it should be. They've fought back really hard here. They've made it look very easy.
Well, we've been getting a few comments in on the live chat, some of which the umpires, well, my answer to that is they're the men in the middle, they're the men making the decision, and they've been consistent today.
Again, it's easy when you've got a replay to criticise and to, maybe highlight things that could have been slightly different, but you've got to call it as you see it, and I think the umpires have been very consistent in that regard.
And one thing that DLS does show us is that umpires do make mistakes. They're only human.
Absolutely.
As are the Pembroke batsmen. They're certainly showing they're human at the moment. They certainly are mortal. There are 55 for 8.
I'm blaming the commentary team for putting the kiss of death on them. T?
Don't say that about Jake. He's only a young guy. Well,
Bigwani
if only
now.
we had the power, hey?
Bigwani now is joining Peranje and Pembroke's hopes really are receding at this stage. The one thing they do have to remember is there's bonus points on offer as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's funny you should mention that. I was looking at the league table during the week, even though it's very early days, but there's the top two have got bonus points already, what looks of it. So that will add up. But, it's a good opportunity for these two guys to dig down. Another opportunity for Pembroke to show some mettle. Bawani here is a new member of the club. It's a good opportunity for him to impress. I have to stop saying good opportunities. It sort of feels like I'm, grasping at straws here. Maybe I am. But not taking anything away from DLR. They've actually performed really well with the ball. I think it shows, they've got a really good bowling attack, and I suppose it's, who knows where that's going to lead for the rest of the season.
That is not one to appeal for.
No.
It swung down the leg, it hit him outside leg, and it was going down further leg. The only thing that they could say there is he possibly saved a couple of byes just by getting in the way.
Oh, I hate that shot.
Good delivery, though.
Yeah, it's a very good delivery.
The previous one had come in a huge amount. This one just held its line, going through to the keeper, encouraging the drive. The slash.
Wow, he's been pretty effective for this team, hasn't he? Look at his figures. Oh, I tried to slow one. Oh, that shot, he's just... Don't do that. Not when you're 56 for 8.
What Pembroke have missed in their order, that DLR had in theirs, was a Mohammed. He came out and made a big difference. He may have only scored 19, but he certainly got them up there. We have ended up putting up what Pembroke have made a very competitive total.
Well, the other thing he did too, as we spoke at the time, he put the sort of bit of a jazz into the step of the guys he was batting with, and so they actually stepped up a gear and got them over to that 116. At one stage it looks like 70 or 80 was going to be a bit of a stretch.
Well, it started to look like 70, 80 was par. Pembroke let DLR get well above par, and they're not doing the same themselves.
DLR understandably keeping a very attacking field here. They can sense victory.
Another outing for the Fifths on Monday, James. You're off to Swords.
Yeah, off the Swords.
In Newbridge to Maze.
To the beautiful location there.
Oh, yeah,
it's
nice.
a nice little castle room.
Bit of a trek from the car park, I seem to remember.
Well, you feel like you're going to another suburb or another village, but it is what it is. It's a nice place to walk through. Be lots of families out there picnicking, I say, if the weather's dry.
Not in
well,
this weather.
not in this weather would.
Hey, Skip, how are you? Why are you good? You can't be good. I've seen the scoreboard.
Bit more sockers. Another single there from Pembroke. Played it quite nicely out on the offside there. Fielded with his feet, but didn't break any of the ankles or anything like that, and just ticked another one onto the score. They're doing it hard.
So a couple of changes to the team for Monday, James. You're playing?
Yes, I am actually. I was lucky enough to get the call up.
We have the skipper next to us who's listening in on our commentary here. So you're coming into the side. Kevin Ryan's coming into the side. Arian's coming into the side. In fact, about half the side's being changed.
Yeah,
that's
rotating some guys for experience.
Is it rotation, or has he looked at this performance now and just gone into the dressing room and said, "You're dropped, you're dropped, you're dropped"? No, it's rotation.
Whoa.
Someone will have a good day, someone will have a bad day. It's okay. I mean, none of the dismissals were something which we planned.
Yeah,
No, nobody's done it deliberately. We all know that, and you're quite right. It is a game. Still, drop 7 of them.
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to get any nerves out of the way, let's do it now.
Not to forget, 4 of them are playing the first game.
Exactly right. There's a lot of new team here. We've got a few technical issues here in the box where we've lost some vision. Hope you guys haven't, but
No, it's just our screen went off.
but yes, just having an informal
That's going down leg.
down leg by a country mile.
Umpire signalling no ball.
Yeah.
All going down leg.
Either way, would have been a no ball. Would have been great for Pembroke's point of view. They wouldn't need the run.
Well, as Niall pointed out during the break, have we seen a fifth bowler yet?
I don't know if we have.
DLR looking to finish this off
Yeah.
as soon as possible, I think.
Bit of a loose ball down the leg side there, but no damage to the scoreboard. Still 58 for 8.
You ask the
Wow.
question and Niall answers it. And again, look at that economy rate. 3 for 10, 3 for 14, 2 and 1.43. That's impressive bowling.
That is.
And then you bring on another bowler, and he's only gone for 6 off 4. Well, you can see Pembroke have had trouble scoring today. There'll be inquests and discussions.
Getting back on his back foot in his crease there and defending that away. Wants to make sure he got some bat on it, and he did.
Out of those 8 wickets, James, how many do you think that DLR have taken, and how many do you think Pembroke have just handed to the opposition?
Oh, that's nice. A well-needed boundary there for Pembroke. To answer your question, it's at least probably 4 that they've given away. I think went for wild shots. He's a nice one, got on the front foot.
Took it on the full, played it square of the wicket, and nothing was getting in that way. And that takes Pembroke past the halfway in their chase of 117 for victory.
They could deal with another 15 or so of those. But I think it's been a very good bowling attack by DLR, and I think it's forced Pembroke to panic a bit, and they've gone for some rash shots, and they've got themselves out. There's been a couple of soft dismissals, popped up to a really close cover fieldsman. They've also got themselves into a negative mindset where they've played around the ball and got some LBWs. So probably, I'd say, looking back, out of those 8, probably 5 of them are, what is he thinking?
Thinking he wants to watch the rugby.
Yeah. Okay, he survived that one, but that's encouraging for the bowler. He'd say, okay, bowl straight on the stumps next.
Yeah, just come off the short run, get a bit of accuracy, put one on the stumps and see what happens.
There you go.
That's much better shot. He recognised the danger, played it out in the offside. He's another batsman who should be really trying to convince the captain that he's deserving of a place higher in the order, especially as the top order hasn't fired. There must be some doubt in the captain's mind as to whether he's got the order right at this stage.
Well, yeah, it's a great opportunity for anyone to put up their hand now and say, listen, hey, I did pretty well, or I did better than some, or maybe I'll be better placed if I was number 4 or number 3 or number 1.
Do you know who has put his hand up today?
I think Charlie has.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 14 batting at number 3. As we said at the time, if everyone got 14, Pembroke would be well on their way now. In fact, they'd have the game
Definitely stitched up.
1. Yeah.
Well, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy after a while, doesn't it? You lose so many quick wickets that all of a sudden it just ties the other batsman up in knots, because you can't risk what you would normally want to play. And then all of a sudden you're grinding out, dot balls, and you're feeling the pressure. And, you get to a situation now where, 1.5 and over is looking like a big ask.
Oh, it certainly is, isn't it? They've hardly been scoring at that rate. 2.48 and over.
Just thinking about what you said in the previous or the first 20 overs when you made that comparison between, interprovincials and, everything being relative, whatever like that. I mean, the big difference, amongst the many, many big differences, but one of the obvious ones is that, the people like the Arnie Balbernis of this world and, Tim and Harry Tector, etc., Lorcan Tucker, is that they've got shots everywhere. They can turn any ball into anywhere around the world, around the ground. They can hit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they can pick, if a ball is on off stump and the guy's bowling that line, they can make that into a leg stump six or ramp it or just play it away. They just have such selections in their repertoire that it gets them out of trouble and rotates a strike. That's the main difference as you go down the leagues, of course, is our limitation of shots. And that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it.
But you also have the situation as you go down the leagues, and we're in Division 16 here, where it's very unusual to have an over where there's not one bad ball that you can score off.
Yeah, well, that's true. And if you miss that opportunity, it's very frustrating. Okay, it's a new bowler, is it?
DLR scorer
Oh,
has put one down off his first ball.
and they almost run each other out. I mean, Paranjo. Your captain must be screaming at you from the sidelines.
Well, he
Did everything he did to get him out. I think it surprised the bowler so much.
Again,
And then they tried to run.
Again, I think the bowler actually thought it was coming back at him harder than it was.
Yeah.
It was somewhat cloth back to the bowler.
Well, good start from the bowler's point of view.
Just played down in front of slip quite safely.
Do you know who this bowler reminds me of in his opposition? Andy Hill. That floating above the eye line sort of ball. Looks like it's there to be hit, but then it just sort of dies on you and you think, oh, I'm in trouble here. See, look at that. Again, straight through everyone. You actually need to give this guy a little bit of respect. His partner's coming down to Paranjo to sort of, give him a few pointers. Tell him not to throw your back out, just use your bat instead. Pads don't score as many runs.
Tosses it up there, played away on the offside, but the close ring field. Keeping tabs on Pembroke. Once again, this scoring rate, it's going down like a balloon left over after Christmas. It's got to January the 6th and the rubber's all gone wrinkly and the balloon is half the size it once was. This one hit straight at the captain. He gets a lot behind it.
Yeah, they're fielding well, this team. They're really backing their bowler.
In search of these final 2 wickets. He's got hold of that one. It's gone out deep on the leg side behind square. The fielder is chasing round after it. He is going to pick it up in front of the rope, but they will pick up a couple. 2 more, 64. Still 53 required, and you get the feeling that DLR are still well on top in this game. Just 2 runs from that over, and as I say, 64 for 8.
I was actually quite impressed by that bowler in that over. He looked like it was there to be hit, and wow, he bowled a really good line and made it very difficult to get away. Oh, get a bit old.
Yeah, stretching and feeling the cold now. The rugby, of course, kicks off in 5 minutes.
So hurry up, DLR.
DLR or Pembroke, can you get 53? 53 with 2 wickets left. I'm quite willing to stay for.
Yep.
If the run required goes into double figures, I'm out of here.
You can commentate your own games. Another change of bowl in here.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
this
short. This is no. He's back for his 5th over.
Oh, is it?
Vera Sami.
Oh, yeah.
We know that's not his name, but that's what he's coming up on the live scoring as, and that's his nickname as of today.
That was the loose ball that you would have hoped to have got away, but from Pembroke point of view, they didn't. And now that was way on the stumps there. Just defended the way on the offside for no run. One feels like there's almost a Mount Everest to climb here from a Pembroke point of view.
Well, the route they're choosing to get up whatever mountain is the steepest one. Oh, they go for the overthrow, and that's wide awake.
That's good running there, good awareness.
One thing I do like about the fifths is the team spirit they're starting to put together. All the teams sitting together with the scorer. Well, I'm sure she's delighted with that.
Yeah.
Scorers always like to be surrounded by clapping and hollering.
Yeah, anything that can interrupt you.
There they are there. And there's Becca with Charlie next to her. Charlie in the red hat.
Probably the highest scorer so far for the Pembroke batsman.
I can't think of anyone who's got more than his 14.
Oh, no. Oh,
Just out of reach.
Got
Is
a hand to
another
it.
Single. And is that a turning point in this game?
Well, Paranjay's trying his best to get caught.
Here it is. It's halfway down the pitch. He does pull across it. And the one hand goes up. He may have been better off if he'd taken another step or two backwards. And, well,
I wouldn't beat himself up too much in the context of this game.
no, I think DLR still well on top. This time, played away to third. For NJ, no interest at all in a single. Passes on that one. 66 for 8. Well, if Pembroke get home from here, it will be one of the all-time greats. That's a big shot out in the offside. It's going to fall safe. They will just get a single for it. But these two now have decided, well, hell or high water.
Well, the defensive strategy hasn't worked, so I suppose, you know, don't die wondering.
Yeah, worked for Mohammed in the first innings.
Yeah, they've got to do something. We've got to get the runs. There's no point not getting runs. You know, I should just capitulate now.
Yes, indeed.
No, they're both capable.
Still 13 overs available to Pembroke and available to DLR to take these 2 wickets. Agwani, he's moved on to 7. And Ranjay, he's been quite cautious in his 6. But they're both still there, and that's the important thing from a Pembroke point of view. He's been out there now.
I'll be interested to see how this bowler goes because I think he's quite deceptive. If he's online and you go for that big shot, there's a very good chance you're going to play over the ball and it's going to crash into the stumps. You know, he just looks like you've got plenty of time, but then you don't.
Well, I think there was an appeal for a court, an LBW, a run out, and quite possibly for timed out. None of which were successful.
Yeah, they do love their appeal. I suppose it's their prerogative.
It's the way of the game these days. If you don't ask.
It's bowling a tricky length. However, there's a big gap straight behind the bowler. That's what I'd be looking for hit.
Well, he does have mid-off and mid-on
yeah.
back. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for the batsman to take him on. And that will give him his best chance, whether it's an edge flying out into the covers or even the full-blooded hit, but without enough distance.
Yeah, he does have 2 catching. He has a trap set for the guy hitting straight down the ground.
Can't quite see them there on this.
Well, the Pembroke logo's covering one.
There he is. He's
Yep.
just peeking out from the Fox. And the other one just to the left of that Sherwin O'Riordan sign.
There you go.
You can see those two men back on the fence. As the bowler comes in. That's the one he was hoping.
He was hoping
Big
somebody would
losing
swing on that. Yep.
delivery.
Pop it up in.
One that's very easy just to lift into a fielder's hands. Plenty of air on this. It's a full toss. It's in the air. The fielder is underneath it, and he's taken the catch, and that is the 9th wicket to fall as Bhagwani goes big and goes not quite big enough, and he perishes for 8. And Pembroke are now 68 for 9.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Pembroke batsman there, I think he picked out the best fielder in DLR. It was a pretty straightforward catch, though. I think anyone would have probably taken that. But good on the bowler for building pressure.
There is the catch.
Yeah.
Saw the end.
And I think this is pretty much an insurmountable sort of mountain now for Pembroke to come back from this. Full credit to DLR. I know it's not over until it's over, but boy,
It's over.
it's pretty much over.
Meanwhile, on the 4th 11, they have Balbriggan 106 for 8. That game going quite well for the 4ths at the moment, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gordon might be a bit happier
And
now.
they may be behind on runs as well. There's the over-by-over chart on
Oh.
Balbriggan Cricket Club TV.
Well, it was a great flurry at the end there, wasn't there? On that.
Yeah. Pembroke doing very well. There's the Pembroke card.
There was a bit of a card.
And
Bouchard got
there's the
79.
ball. Oh, my goodness, you needed to look quick to see that. And there's the Balbriggan innings to date, and nothing really too big. And 2 new batsmen are at the crease for Gordon Clark and his band of all-stars.
Maybe feeling pretty confident about that. There's been 3 batsmen who got good starts in the 20s, or late teens, but that's about it.
Well, the batsman now
Jeet Nanda to come out.
has come out and decided he's not wearing a helmet. I don't think you have to tell the umpire you're not wearing a helmet, do you? You're asking him to make complex decisions.
Oh, he's
in
in that
real
old.
time,
Yeah.
and you can't see that you're not wearing a helmet.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, this has got to be quick one way or the other.
Yeah, given a wide.
Wicketkeeper quite right to just have a little look and see if Jeet had overbalanced. Oh, well today.
He did.
He's definitely going to employ the long handle here. He's going to rely on hand-eye coordination. Tossed up, plays it away on the offside, looks for the run.
And gets it.
His partner at the start wasn't overly keen. And the reason being, that is the last ball of the over. And that now means that Pembroke require 47 from just 12 overs at just under 4 and over. They picked up 3 in that last over, and 2 of them were wides.
Yeah, it's a pretty big over for Pembroke in the scheme of things. Unfortunately, they also lost a wicket. So, real mixed bag there, but
Captain still has belief in his last pair that they might see him home. It's a long way off, though, that target of 117. There's DLR County seconds bowling attack today, and it's been quite miserly. Loads of wickets falling, everyone getting in there amongst that. And the runs per over.
I suppose the one positive is that their best bowler has bowled himself out. I think that's who it was.
Well, the other bowlers haven't done a bad job.
Yep. Threw it to the wrong end, but
And they're just have one wicket remaining, Pembroke. And there hasn't been a stand of 47 all game, I don't think, so to expect the last pair to do so, maybe expecting too much.
Yeah, one would think.
Where's this game?
Played it into inside edge onto his own pads and lucky not to ricochet that onto the stumps.
As we reach the closing stages of this game, Pembroke fifths look like they're falling to defeat to DLR seconds in Division 16. Tomorrow we have the seconds of Leinster visiting us with Joe Prendergast and his band of merry men. And
that's it. Hooked out there to the deep mid-off and it's caught, and that ends the innings.
Well, it was worth a go. He had a dip and
Yeah.
it just went straight to the fielder, and that's the end of the game. Well, Pembroke fifths, they would have thought they were in with a shout, but they end up losing by 45 runs. It's a good enough hit. He was leaning back. He wasn't leaning into the shot, then hence the lack of power, and that allowed it to drop into the fielder's hands, where it bounced and then was grasped at the second attempt. Good catch. It ends the game, and DLR will be ecstatic. Pembroke letting them get too many runs in that first innings, 116, and the bowling was just, well, my player of the match is Mohammed from DLR. It was his contribution with the bat that made the difference between the two teams. He's the one who got it up and running really for DLR, and he was the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, I'd have to concur with that. They were struggling until he came in, and he just changed the mindset and, put on those valuable extra runs and gave them something to defend, and they defended it incredibly well. Pembroke just collapsed.
Here we go, just going through the game, and you can see exactly what we mean.
Yeah, that 19 at the end there is bigger than it looks.
19 off 11, and he gave a bit of impetus to Verasani for his 36. He suddenly decided to up the pace as well. Pembroke's bowling, nobody really taking tap. I mean, it was a good effort to bowl the opposition out for 116. If you'd asked them that before the game, I think they would have taken that. Just the 5 bowlers used, and they did well to bowl out.
Extras weren't too bad.
No.
In the scheme of things, only 13.
And they bowled the opposition out in the 31st over. Then Pembroke's reply, well, pretty sorry reading. Top scorer today, Charlie Vibrecht, going in at number 3. And in reply, Pembroke, in fact, net +4 on extras. They received 4 more extras than they conceded. The trouble is the batsman scored a lot less than DLR's batsman.
Unfortunately, for Pembroke's point of view, only one batter got into double figures. It was very disappointing from their point of view. They would have expected to, with the lineup they had, to chase that down.
Well, that was the bowling figures you saw for DLR. The over by over chart has decided.
It doesn't go down at all. Yeah.
You can see a big gap had developed, and in fact that gap really widened when Mohammed came in and he accelerated.
Look at that big leap up there, and that gave them everything. It got him across the line in a big way. So I agree. He was definitely man of the match, and I think that sort of inspirational performance really carried through them in their defence.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. I'd like to always thank Niall for his technical assistance and for bringing his laptop down that everything seems to be powered by.
Here.
James and Jake for joining us in the box. Jake was quiet today. Hopefully we'll get him more into it next time.
Yeah, he just seemed to be
enjoying the
cricket. Yeah, but it's good to have him here. Always good for him. He's welcome anytime.
And we'd like to thank the Fifths for putting on today's game, which filled the gap that was left by the cancellation or the demise of the Premier League game for the Firsts. And
not to put any unwarranted thoughts into the Pembroke captain, but I think Charlie's made a bit of a mistake to be in the top half as opposed to the bottom half.
He certainly has. Top scorer today. Top scorer today. Well, tomorrow it will be Pembroke seconds, as I said. We'll be welcoming Leinster's seconds in a Premier League, what was it? Second 11 Premier League game. And if you'd like to join us for that, I believe the start time is 12:30 tomorrow. And we'll see you then. So once again, thanks to everyone involved in this Pembroke Cricket Live broadcast. I would implore those of you who are left with us, please make sure you're subscribed. It really helps us get the numbers right.
Yeah, if you can invite some friends, that would be most appreciated.
Very much so. So thank you very much for joining us. And from James and myself, and from Niall in the background, thank you very much and good night.
Good night.